What's up, guys? Sorry, I had some technical difficulties there trying to figure out why I can't see my live stream on the YouTube side of things. Can't see my analytics, can't see anything. Trying to figure that out. I'll get to building in a second here. Just want to be able to keep up to chat if anything comes up. So just bear with me for a couple of minutes while I try to figure this out. Still fairly new. um, We're going to be working on the, if you can see in the screen, gameplay screen there. Let me switch over to that. We're going to be building this roof. Started doing some work just before I had to stop the screen there, or the stream there. Not really a fan of this roof line, so I'm going to have to work something out. Not too sure what I'm going to do. I'm not really happy with the way this roof curves. Excuse me. Where's my reference photo? So I'm building this. By the looks of it, I'm going to have to start back at the bottom. Maybe just do 45 instead of doing a 26 to 45. I'm probably going to have to do 45 to 45. So instead of tearing it all down first, I think what I'll do is start here and see what it looks like. Hmm. Maybe if I do a overhang. Hey Yuri, welcome back. Still building the castle. Trying to figure out my roof line right now. I'm doing all right. I was been away for the dog. Been away for another week for work. I should be finished this week. Demonic Drake, I just subbed after watching your semi-automatic smelter sweet builds and enjoy the vids. Thank you. I'm going to be trying to get another couple of videos out this week. As I was just saying earlier, I've been away for work for 2 weeks, only coming home on weekends, so it's been difficult for me to get stuff out. I do bring my PC with me, but it's a construction site, so it's fairly dusty and whatnot, so setting it up and taking it down is a bit of a pain in the butt. He's back, Gormama. Yes, I'm back. A little later than I wanted, but slept in. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna close my door. It's pretty loud in the background here. Sorry. Busy house. Trying to figure this roof line out. It's kind of ticking me off. Not exactly what I want. This is the roof line. It's gonna be difficult to get this nice curve into it. Might have to just deal with whatever I can build with the limitations of the game. Let's see. That's not sitting in there, right? Something's off about that. I guess that's just what it is. Went through the same when I hung steel, so I feel you on the job front. Yeah, I don't usually work out of area, but it's a friend of mine. He wants some work done on the cottage, so way up north, doing work. I try to stay local. I don't know. What do you guys think? This roof line number 1, or roof line number 2? I'm not too sure what I want to do here. Trying to achieve this. What if I stick this here? Greetings from Germany. I hope your job assignment went as you imagined. Not really, no. As with anything in construction, there's always delays. Scheduled things don't always go as scheduled. So I got the tough part done. This week coming is all easy work now. Number 1, this roof line here. Let's continue this box around. 1 is closer. Looks like roof line number 1 is winning by a landslide. Let's just put a temporary box in here and see. Yeah, it is kind of low. No, that's gonna... I wonder if I get tricky with some meshed in... I have an idea. I've got an idea. Well, roof line number 1 worked, so that's what the people wanted. That's what the people get. It'd be much easier in your job if you could float around like in Valheim. Yeah, so I was doing drywall taping, or sheetrock, or whatever you call it, in your part of the world, and I wear stilts. I walk around on stilts. That's about as close to floating around as you can get. So let's try this. Let's say we build... Nope, not there. This is gonna have no structural stability, but trying to get an idea of building a roof line out of walls that looks good from afar, but is far from good. No, that's not gonna work. Roof 1 gives better character out of the norm. Yeah. It follows more closely to what the Fairfax Tower roof looks like too. What I don't like though is it ends in a square up top, and this little square up here is far too small. So let's bring it back one. You know what? Let's. Where is this roof line? Ah, it's a little. Let's see what this does. 15 frames per second. Yes, I know it's pretty brutal. It's really bad when I'm streaming. You get used to the frame drop though, honestly. It's not like in a competitive shooter. Like I remember when I was playing Valorant, I switched over to a 240 hertz monitor and I was getting like 230, 240. And then I don't know, they did like an update in the game, and for some reason one day I had the day before the update I was getting constant 240, 230, 240, and then they did this update and it nerfed it down to 144 and I couldn't play the game. Like 144 frames it felt potato to me when you get used to doing it 240, but Valheim at 15 frames doesn't seem to bother me. How about a half wall where the pitch changes? Like here. My plan is kind of like start meshing walls in together to try to get a tapered look. It's kind of the plan. I mean, it's all rough right now. Because I could, just like with the stonework, how I get like layered textures. Oh my goodness, the save down to 4 frames. Um, the idea is if I mesh this in like this, I can get a tapered look out of this box. Well, hello there, Obi-Wan style. Obi-Wan. Oh, I get it. Well, hello there. Too bad the game doesn't have 26 and 45-degree corners instead of just the one. Yes, yeah, they do have the 26. Like they have 45 inside outside, 26 inside outside. But I honestly I need half beams. These things. Because I could build this roof like this, in this style down here. Might have a little bit more luck, but this is a hell of a lot of work. So let me just stick it out with this idea for now and see what I come up with. Down one where the 45 degree starts. Um, this is a 26 degree. This is a 45. So like this is, if you go here, the problem is, I don't know if that would really work. Because if I bring up like you see how this has got a gradual taper up and then it goes into the, like this is a 45-degree angle. This looks like a 22.5-degree angle. And then this looks more like a 15-degree angle, and then it goes vertical. So I'm kind of limited to what I can do. I know there's a mod that I can use to get the right angles, but I don't really want to build with mods. I have the build share mod, and that's it. That's all I need. What are the specs of my PC? I have a Ryzen 7 3800X on a MSI Pro Carbon Wi-Fi board. G Skills, 16 gigs of G Skills 3600 megahertz RAM with CL16 timing, and I have an RTX 2070. But I think what's happening right now is with the stream taking up um, resources on the computer, it's really tanking. I'm not too sure if this game is CPU intensive or GPU intensive. If I had to guess, it'd be a CPU intensive game. And I'm encoding the stream through my GPU right now. You may have to wait to see what the new Gubbins come out with in Hearth and Home. Yeah, I'm waiting to see that. Although I am kind of anxious as to what they're going to come out with because I know if they come out with something cool, I'm going to have to integrate it into all of my builds, which is a hell of a lot of building. So I'll have to see what they come up with. Your job literally covers what I do for work. LOL. Framing structural walls. Yes, I'm actually I'm a general contractor. I do interior finishing. I specialize in interior finishing. My main trade is drywall taping, but I am able to do it all. Um, Over the years, I've kind of learned and I wouldn't say perfected, but I'm very anal with the way that I do work. And I'm known for being quite precise and anal retentive with perfectionism and all that. So like when I lay tile or I do painting or flooring, carpentry, everything I do is very particular. So I'm kind of the jack of all trades, master of none. I even do my own electrical and plumbing, but don't tell anybody that. That's a secret. We need some kind of paint. These walls right there, painted white, should do fine. Yeah, exactly. Like every other game, every other survival game in the world with their painting mechanics. I know it's a load of work, but would graduated glitched horizontal beams work? You could do almost any angle. Yes, it would be a lot of work, and I know what you're talking about, like this. But definitely a little bit more work than I want to do on a stream. Like this would be something if I was gonna build something like this. See, like I could change this pitch by just bringing this closer here. It's not something I'd want to do on stream. I would probably do this while not streaming. But yeah, you could. Oh my god, look at that. Mayhawk, you may have just solved the issue. But how would it work on the outside? I think Mayhawk just won the internet today, guys. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat today. Promise it's not COVID. Um, I think we found how we're gonna do this, but I really don't want to do this on stream. As with bricklaying, you always start in your corners. To build this roof, you'd have to start in the corner and work your way out. I'm the same with framing structure. If it's off by a 16th of an inch, I'm not happy. Okay, I'm not that anal. It depends on like the framing, right? But I mean rough framing. The thing about it is as long as you're plumb square and level, your finisher will make everything else. Like a 16th of an inch will never be noticed on the outside of the job, right? Like there's a famous saying the taper will fix it. You know, taper will fix it because you can kind of float things out with compound. But yeah, you should always, just because it's behind the wall doesn't mean you should half-ass it. In fact, the funny thing about that is I'm working on my buddy's cottage and I'm fixing up the closets. This is a 50-year-old cottage, fixing up the closets. And he's like, why are you spending so much time in the closet? I'm like, because it's part of the house. Yeah, but nobody's going to see it. But I'll see it. So I'm down to watch graduated wood beams laying for an hour. We're gonna start it. Yeah, Mayhawk, good call, bro. I agree. Do that. I so want to see that on stream. Okay, we're doing it. Sorry, guys. Anybody that doesn't want to watch it, I apologize, but the people have spoken. Oh, look at that. Come on. 13 frames isn't easy. Okay, let's check this. If I change this pitch now, I think I I think I started with too steep of a pitch. Let's start over here with another one. Let's bring this pitch down a bit. That seems to be the same pitch. Subconsciously, I can only place one pitch. Okay, so that's as far out as I can bring this. That's as far out as I can get it. Oh, that's not true. I could do this. Yeah, let's do that. These saves kill me. That wasn't even a save. It was just a lag spike. Um, Yuri, like a chill lo-fi wood beam placement stream. ASMR? Wood stream or wood beam placing ASMR? Don't worry, I'm not gonna bring out some weird stuff and make weird noises. I have heard that saying from my father, taper will cover it. Yeah, it's not an attitude that I really like, but the funny thing is if you're a tradesperson in the chat, you know the kind of the meme where electricians don't use brooms. So the buddy that I'm working for, he's an electrician, and he's been cleaning up for me. And the other day he was using a broom, and I went, "Whoa, well, what are you doing? What kind of tool is that you're using?" And he didn't know about the meme, so I had to show him all the memes. But electricians not using brooms. So if you're a tradesperson out there and you know what I mean, if you know, you know. That's gonna be one hell of an insulated roof, 5 or 6 layers. Yeah, yeah. R300. Are you going to update the castle if you get a lot of new building options that you could have used with the Valheim building update that is coming? Yeah. Whenever House and Home comes out, I'm gonna be going back into my town that I've got built and adding all the little things here and there. And same with the castle. The castle's gonna have a full interior. This reminds me of herringbone pattern, laying herringbone pattern with tile. My least favorite pattern of life. If a client ever asks me to lay herringbone, I try my hardest to get out of doing it. I hate it so much. Um, Maybe if you start with two horizontally. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure where. I would start that. The idea, like the thing is though, to get corners nice, you have to start in the corner. Like when they're laying brick on your house, they always start at a corner and they work their way in. So they work the corners and then they work the field. Love the roof design for the semi-automatic smelter. So nice seeing the curves from the beams. How do you get the ideas for all these builds? I don't get the ideas. I just come up with them in my brain thing. Could you go up with the beams layered down to wall height, then go to thatch, alternating them each level? Could you go up with the beams layered down to wall height? I'm not following you on that one. The bad weld and forklift license memes are some of the best. Yeah. Bad welders, yeah. I got a grinder for you for Christmas. I've seen your welds. Okay, we're gonna change the pitch. I think if I remember, I was gonna do like a 44, 22, and 15-degree pitch change. So something like this. A little tighter. Yeah, that's working. Mayhawk, you win. You got this. You just fixed my dilemma. I'm gonna bust out all that stuff in there after, but yeah, I think this is the winning combination here. So let's see. We do another pitch change here. Sorry, I'm reading your comment. Working from the corners when laying bricks and blocks is the only way to get bed joints and courses of bricks in a straight line. Otherwise, looks like the wall was built by a guy after too much booze. Yeah, let's tighten this up a bit. Well, with subdivisional housing around here, I think when you look at the quality of workmanship for cookie cutter subdivisional houses, I think everybody on site is on booze. But at the same time, I kind of feel for them because nowadays builders are more worried about making that money than building a quality house. So they pay their trades junk. So the in one aspect I get it, the other aspect I don't agree with it. Like I understand that as a tradesman, if you're not getting paid, you get what you pay for, right? But at the same time, have some pride in your workmanship. I did some taping on a union site a few years ago. I walked into this house that was boarded, ready for taping, and the 220-volt plug that supplies the stove in the kitchen was mounted in the shape. It was mounted like if it's supposed to be square like this, it was mounted like this, boarded, ready for tape. I just looked at it and I said, "Is that going to be fixed?" And oh yeah, the maintenance guys will come around and do that. Okay, but why not just fix it now before I start taping and then I have to come back and fix that wall for you? I don't know. Stacking the beams like you are to wall height, then go to thatch. I'm still not getting you. Sorry, Demonic Drake. Stacking the beams to wall height. There's not really going to be a wall here. I mean, this is going to be eventually go vertical. In fact, I'm going to just place a vertical wall here. Oh my lord. Is that not lined up? Oh, we're going to have to make do with that. that's about it. I can probably start to bring this in vertical. I like it. I like it. I'm just glad that I retired. Worked long enough to finish paying for rebuilding my house, then sacked work. Yeah, I'm nowhere near retirement. Self-employment. When you're self-employed, you never get to retire. I mean, unless you build some kind of huge company. Like the guy I'm working for, his dad built a pretty successful electrical company. They do a lot of commercial work. I aspire to be like him. But I'm still stuck in resi, doing resi work. That's why I only do indoor structural renovations for family members and close friends. I do the complete opposite. I try not to work for family and friends. Everybody wants a deal. But I mean, I do the odd things for family and friends, but they're not gonna pay the rates that I need to sustain the business. So, like, the thing about your friends is they can say they're never expecting they don't want a deal. You know, don't take it easy on me. Just charge me whatever you would charge any other person. But then when they see it, they're like, oh, that's expensive. And I don't know if anybody knows this or has noticed it, but the cost of a 2x4 nowadays just went up again. I'm in Canada. It's $10 Canadian for 2x4, and it used to be like $3 and actually it used to be like $2.50. But um, the cost of lumber is astronomical right now. By the way, how's my mic? I noticed in my last stream last night that um, my threshold for the gate, the noise gate, was too high and it kept cutting in and out. So I don't know if the mic is better today. I kind of tweaked my gain, or I tweaked my noise gate a bit because I watched my stream last night and it was like every time I turned around or turned away to look at the other screen, um, the mic would cut out. Maybe I should change my mic to this side because I do look at my screen on this side. Do you collaborate with anyone on your builds? No, I'm a loner. All of my friends have moved on from Valheim. I was trying to get the YouTube user Valheim builds to do a collab build with me, but he's busy doing his Whiterun or yeah, Whiterun from Skyrim. Can't remember. I think it's called Whiterun. So yeah, he's busy doing that. But I'm sure we'll hook up and do something. Yeah, timber prices are rocketing here in the UK too. Yeah, it's everywhere, and it doesn't make any sense to me. Really doesn't. They claim it's a supply and demand issue. You sounded very quiet last night. Yeah, thanks. Any feedback like that, guys, you can let me know. I noticed that my desktop gain was down too and you couldn't hear my buddy. I mean, not like I want to for you guys to only hear my buddies on Discord, but it's nice to be able to hear what's being said on the Discord, so at least I don't sound like I'm talking to myself. But yeah, I think this is like maybe my third stream ever in my life, so I'm still trying to figure all that stuff out. Um figure out the proper. Sorry, here I am moving my head like I'm actually looking at something. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure all that stuff out. So if you guys ever have any suggestions and stuff like that, I've been following what's his name, Alpha Gaming on YouTube. My buddy suggested I watch his videos because he's got some good tips and tricks. But I played with um my noise gate last night. My family friends know I won't drop price for them and treat them like an actual customer. I don't play when it comes to my skills and trade. You shouldn't. You should never undercut your own worth. You know, I always say to people, you're not paying for the time it takes me to do it. You're paying for the years that it's taken me to learn. I guess trees aren't growing like they used to. No kidding. No. You know what I think it is? It's just so if you're in the UK, I'm not entirely sure if Home Depot is around the UK or what your guys building main home renovation or building box stores are, but if you walk into a Home Depot, so what I do is every January 1st, I redo my price lists for my materials. So this year I noticed the increase in lumber is only based off of the highest purchased lumber. So I'll give you an example. So a 2 by 4 by 8 increased by 170% in January, but a 2 by 12 by 12, which is used for generally making stair stringers, didn't increase. So it's like they're sniping the materials that are more often used. You know, do you know what I mean? Like if they sell a million 2x4s and they only sell two by 12s, they're gonna jack the cost on the 2x4s because they're gonna make more money. So that's what I noticed. So the cost of the increase in lumber prices wasn't across the board; it was selective, which bothered me. What's my stability like up here? I don't trust this. You know how there's like a lag in the stability coloring? Whenever you place a block, it like resets this kind of calculation. So I don't know if this is actually yellow, but if this is actually green all the way up, that's good. Actually, Mayhawk, that comment you just made about how trees don't grow like they used to. A Somebody that I follow on Instagram made a post years back about the difference in the growth in trees. So if you take a 2 by 4 from say 40 40 to 50 years ago and you look at the end cut and the grain of the wood and then you put one towards and you put it beside one from today, the grain density is a lot less today. It's like they're speed growing these trees and then chopping them down. So like you can have a 16th of an inch between grains on something from like 1950s, 1940s, and then you put it to today, the distance between the grain rings are like 3/16 of an inch. So I don't know. It's like they're pumping trees with growth hormone or something. I don't know what they're doing, but the density of the wood is different today too. Yeah, it's not. I honestly, truly don't believe in supply and demand as their reasoning for increasing price. Because if it was supply and demand, then yeah, everything, including a 2 by 12 would be increased in price. Anyhow, saved the day with this roof idea. Big box always inflates the market percentage to gain maximum profit. Why still stick with small businesses? Absolutely. The problem with getting your building material from a smaller supplier is that your supply isn't always there. And even worse, sometimes the smaller guys buy from the big box stores and then they just do their own markup, which means you're getting markup times two. That's why in Valheim I don't go to the Valheim Home Depot. I just go and chop my own trees. What's the setback on that? Not quite that far. Might as well just pop that on the end. It's closer. Producers are picking much faster growing trees over more traditional varieties, quicker turnaround. I mean, spruce, spruce is what they're making 2x4s out of. We're going to pretend that this little bit of wonkiness here, more of a curve, is not there. Okay, guys? We're just going to pretend it's not there. And keep building. Grey dwarfs hate that. Well, if Grey dwarfs decided to open up a Val Home Depot, what would it be in Valheim? Let's come up with a box store name. Maybe I'll add it to my city. The Valheim Depot. Got to make a couple of how-to videos this week. Somebody asked me to do a how-to on a barn. There was something else. There's the wolf statue, the dragon statue. I keep forgetting about my ultra super secret idea. It's going to be a pretty funny one. It has nothing to do with buildings. But I'll give you a hint. We're talking about supply shortages. What I'm going to build has a major supply shortage right now. Homeheim box. I like it. Bed, Bath, and Bjorn. Oh man. What's the timestamp on this video right now? I'm gonna have to remember that. Bed Bath and Bjorn, Homeheim Bucks. Yeah, Yuri, this is the highest point in my seed. It's you can literally see the curvature of the earth. Like it's tall. There's nothing else around it that is that tall. Like this point here might be taller, but I doubt highly it is. I was saying in one of my streams, my brother and I came from our main base down here, and we'd basically passed the last boss there. So we visited the Ashlands down here, and then we decided to leave from our plains base and go north to the deep north. And as we were coming up this channel here, I literally saw the peak of this mountain, and it's the tallest thing I've ever seen in this game. So we took us 20 minutes to jump from. We parked the boat here, and took us 20 minutes to jump up to the tip of the mountain here. But yeah, it's pretty tall. Valmartheim store. Need more names. I'm gonna save them. Excuse me. Oh, we just got a sub, but I can't see who subbed. Let Adrian. I can see it on my Streamlabs, but I can't see it. Aaron Avila. Thank you for the sub. I wish I could see that on my screen. I have to actually look over. Okay. Like I said, guys, sorry I'm fresh to streaming. A little green behind the ears. It was my buddy Tattoo Pirate that he's been trying for a while to get me to stream. He gave me the idea of doing a live stream for my 1,000 subscriber milestone. And I decided, I'll try some streams, and my very first stream went really well. Like it was, I think I had like 30 viewers or something like that. And apparently that's pretty good for a first stream. I don't even know how many concurrent viewers I have right now because for whatever reason my analytics for the stream doesn't come up. So I don't even know how many viewers are in it. 18 right now I can see. 19. But yeah, I'm just still getting the growing pains out of streaming. Grays and Trollbucks. My market in the town, I have a little market where I've named every stall after a Old Norse god. How many of you guys have seen my town? Like, has any of you guys not seen my town? That's the better question. And do they want a tour of said town. It's pretty crazy. And contrary to popular belief, it was not done with debug. It was all legit. My brother and I did it. I mean, I did the building. He would come on and help me farm materials and whatnot. Hasn't been on in a while. Show 17. Yeah, I'm seeing 17 right now. Yeah, my idea of the market was I went on to thank you Wildflowers Creations. Um I went on to the Google there, the good old Google, and I googled up all of the Norse gods and looked at the list, and depending on if I could figure out a kind of a market name that kind of went with their like Freya's Fine Foods. The idea is like it F's, lots of F's, right? Foods and Freya. I know that that doesn't even make sense with the actual god, but it was more of the names, not so much what the god was known for, if you catch my drift. But that's kind of how I came up with that idea. I still got more work to do in that town. After I'm done this castle, I'm gonna continue doing some work in that. I have a kind of like a whole little subdivision, I guess you could call it, that I'm gonna do. A friend of mine wants me to put his house in his town, in my town, sorry. He built a house on his server. How is stability up there with the beams? They were still green last time I checked. Oh, and it went to red. This is going to orange. As long as if this has cycled to the final, like there's a recalculation every time you place a block, right? So as far as I know, this should be good. I feel like I could put a roof on it and it'd be fine. But even still, I can always use my spawn rock command, right? Like these things down here. I can always use that to reset that. So I'm not too concerned about it. I did the same in Minecraft, but using Egyptian gods and deities. Your tutorial videos are great, and the audio has improved a lot over the first video. Yeah, I anytime somebody gives me constructive criticism, I take it and I use it. So I for this streaming, I actually started using NVIDIA Broadcast because it had a sound background noise removal. So, and then last night's stream kind of, I rewatched it and noticed that my mic was cutting out quite a bit halfway through conversation. So I set my noise gate differently. So for today, it would pick up. Oh my lord! See that? I've got to match that curve over here. So all these have to be pulled back. Um, maybe I should start from here. Sorry guys, just had a text come through. Oh yes, forgot about the spawn option. Could use wood iron poles in the upright corners. Sorry for creating so much work for you. No, it's fine. This actually looks better. Um, yeah, the wood iron poles wouldn't really work because unless you, I mean, they might in this instance because these are green, but they're only as good as the block below it, right? So like, if this wasn't green, then I'd say the wood iron poles might not work. But you're right, that they would for in this instance. But if I tried to build them off of this one, you're only going to start at orange, so your stability is already compromised in that aspect. No, this Mayhawk, this roof line is going to be exactly what is needed. Great idea. In fact, I enjoyed this curve more so than I enjoyed this curve, so I may have to go back and tweak that after when I get back around. This seems a little bit more natural. This one here seems a little bit more like the actual photo here. So that's the idea at least. Um, it's a little better. Yeah, this one, you could do it. Your stone pillar is just under the flat beams. Yeah, you could do it here. This one you could go off of for stability. I bet you that if we went up like this, let's test that. Because we remember that one was orange. So let's see when it resets what it's like. Because that might actually be a good idea. Demonic Drake. Full of great ideas today, guys. Does that stick out? Please don't stick out. Okay. It doesn't stick out. That's good. Alright, we'll let that sit for a minute. Let it recalculate. Continue working here. Not bad for an eyeballed guess. Doesn't quite line up perfectly, but I guessed on that. Okay, that was nowhere near. Yeah, markers in the corner would be good, but at this point it's kind of what the hell's going on here? Oh. At this point I'm just eyeballing it. Like this taper is becoming a little bit more natural. This one is scuffed. This was the very first where I started, but that'll get done. I mean, what I'm doing is I'm looking at the distance here versus this vertical on every single one, and I just try to transfer it over as close as possible. But as with anything, like the way that you're actually going to see this is from way down here, right? So your eye will sort of blend them together. That's the idea. Yeah, worked. Good job, demonic Drake. So I've got green. Yep. Oh, that one's gone orange. What's this? That's gone red. So how did that... If that's orange or red, how did that reset that to green? Because that used to be orange. Huh. As far as I understood, whenever you place something, like if this was your piece that you were trying to hang something off of, whatever you placed off of this could only ever be that color. It couldn't go back to, like, say, green. Keep my eye on this. Yeah. I might have to do a reset. Iron poles doesn't act like foundation. No, they allow you to build, like, the stability goes down far less the longer you build them. Like with wood, you're allowed, I think it's 5 after your foundation piece, which would be blue. With wood iron, I think it's like 12. So what he's saying is that the point where this is, because this is orange, is because of, like, this is green. If this was blue, then I could probably build 12 of these up before it went to that color. But right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the max. But if I spawned this in, what is this? Where's my notepad? Let's do this. Notepad. So if I did this, then that will reset that in a minute. Because this counts as ground. This is how I've been building this whole thing. So if I get rid of some of this stuff here. As long as at least one of these rocks, like this one right here. What am I doing here? This one right here, that's meshed into that block. Yeah, you see it's blue. Now watch. Bingo. I've reset the stability on that. So up there should be green. I think regular poles on iron beams or stone are always green. Yeah, because the first stone you place becomes the foundation, so it's blue, and then the next one is green. So in order to get the maximum height out of wood iron, you would have to place the first wood iron one into the actual ground and not on stone. No, I didn't want to break that one, but whatever. There's those two in there. Mm, 2 more sides to go. It's roughly there. Yeah. So what kind of stuff are you guys hoping for in the house and home update? Me, I want these half beams. So half the length. That's what I want. It's on my wish list. I know a lot of people want upside down triangles like this, but you can get tricky with these beams and fill that in. You may want to do the other corners in iron wood before you get ahead of yourself. True. Very true. But these, where did I place that? Right here. So that's set. Can actually probably do this as well. Does that clip past it? No? Okay. Mesh this in. Hmm. Just mesh that in. Is that visible from the outside? I'll work this side now. And then you're going to go around and around and around, rejinking each corner. Well, you did say you had a problem with perfectionism. Yes. I mean, I do know that there is a certain amount of tolerance that you need to have for things that aren't perfect. But I don't mind this curve. It's, I mean, you can't see all 4 sides at once, right? It's just that this one isn't quite, it's a little bit more aggressive than this one here. And this one is more true to the actual form of the reference picture. So this is the only corner here I'm going to have to redo. And that's fine because it's a quick, we're just keying in the corners quickly. So it won't be too bad. That works. There you go. I don't need the rusted buff for this. Rebuild the first corner before you move around to the last side. Yeah, I agree. Because what I'll have to do is I'll have to use this as a reference for this. Or if I build this corner and bring it out to here, then I can dismantle this and tie it all in. There's another way. All right. Problem is this entire side, I'll be honest, this entire side has to be rebuilt. Because if you look down the profile, right, it follows the shape of this corner. So I'd have to rebuild. That's so weird. No, I'm not going to end up doing that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to take this out. Let's do it this way. Let's see. At some point, we're going to have to just accept there's a slight difference in it. It's so bad working on 14 frames. I think that'll work out. I think it's going to be a little bit of pain in the butt to rebuild this, but we'll take the lesser of two evils when we get there. See how we can tie this profile into this profile and still keep this entire side, because tearing down that side might not be fun. Let us see. Let us see. You know what I'm gonna do? Turn the audio up a bit. It's another thing I noticed. Without music, the other thing I gotta figure out is how to get some music going on in here. Okay. Let's see here. My buddy was kind enough last night to give me his login for his Spotify. My concern is copyrighted music, though. Like, I know you can get in trouble pretty quick with that kind of stuff. This should fix our issue. As long as I tie it into the profile looking this way and not the profile looking this way, it should fix itself. Should. Keep doing that. There we go. We can get rid of this. Don't need this. Yeah, copyrighted material will get you banned or VOD deleted or whatever. But yeah, there's the DMCA or whatever the acronym is. There's music that apparently you can play that won't get you in trouble. After running the poles up the other two corners, maybe use a 45 beam on top of them towards the inside, then run more ironwood poles up to the... Yes, good idea. Yes, instead of meshing it in. Make a gusset. Like this. And then go up like this. I'm assuming this is what you mean. See a little trick I use sometimes? It's a niche area trick, but I want to be able to place this block so in line with that wall, so I kind of use that destroyed piece to kind of, because that piece was impeding where I'd be able to place that. I destroyed it, but before it disappeared, I kind of used it as a reference point to get that piece put in place. Because I won't be able to put it in otherwise, unless I destroy that. Oh, maybe I lied. Every day this game makes me look like an idiot. You could also extend the wood iron poles straight up through the corners of the roof as supports for the four spires that are on the picture. Yeah, they're down here though. They're like right here. They're not quite that far up. So these square outcroppings here are where the spires will be built off of, and then I'll have to add some detail into those. Um, Place the 45 on top of the poles you put before. These are the ones that I put before. So and that's what I did there. Is that what you mean? Like, I understand what you mean. I just don't know which pole. These are the only ones. Oh, snap. But I don't think we really need to add anything. You know, like this meshed in here is enough sufficient support that, like, you see these are red. Don't even need that. But yeah, with this being meshed in here, the foundation point's low enough that when we get to the roof, we should be fine and we shouldn't need any more stability. Because I'd really like to keep this open so that when you look up, it's like a tall cathedral ceiling. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to see if we have issues at the top of the roof, then I'll have to use that idea. But we'll have to see. Because yeah, like I said, I'd really like to keep this an open roof. Like I'm gonna add a crown molding up here. Like this. So as it goes around, and when you're way down, this game, you're way down here, it'll kind of blend in with the rest of the roof. But yeah, try to keep as much of the support structure hidden as possible. Down in the main hall here, I'm going to be doing some decorative trusses up in here. So yeah, I'm going to be spanning a couple of these wood iron beams across and then building trusses off of them so that it's going to be pretty cool truss. But I got to come up with a wacky truss design that doesn't just look like a normal truss. Think ahead, you know? Yeah, always think one step ahead. I was up way too late last night. I think it's time for a coffee. Let's try to tie these corners in at the same time. I feel like if I alternate back and forth, I'm kind of taking an average between them. Or I could just be talking shit and I have no idea what I'm doing. The latter is probably true. Dragon head trusses. Not gonna lie, I'm not a fan, and I'm not a fan of these things. I don't like them at all. And if you notice anything that I build, it's a maybe I've used these on one or two buildings. I don't know, I just think they kind of look derpy. So I'm not really a big fan of these. Although, I wonder. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to take a quick 5-minute break in a second to go grab a coffee, but let me check this out. I'm falling asleep on stream here. Oh, yeah, you see this is exactly why I want half beams like this, right? So you see how you have a snap point here? It'd be nice to have another snap point right here and then another snap point here. The only other way to get another snap point halfway through this is to do this. Why am I building this on the side of my roof? Let's I want to just test this quickly. This dragon head truss idea has a little bit of interest from me right now. I'm not saying something because I don't like those dragon heads. So in order to even get a halfway snap point, you kind of have to build something dumb like this before, and then you can take this down. But it would be nice to have a half beam so that I don't have to do that. Now, this is just an experiment that I'm doing here. Come on. What do 2 dragons look like? Whoa, hold on a second, people. Hold on a second. What did I just do? Look at this. Okay, so look how nice that curve is. Alright? That could be a nice... I don't really like the dragon heads, but this shape lends itself to a nice door archway, and if I could mesh those dragon heads into a stone wall, then I don't see them, but I'm left with the arch. Look, oh my lord, look at this. I get rid of this. No, no, don't break. Don't break. Stay. I need you to stay temporarily. Okay, let's pretend this is... Okay, if I get rid of this, and I add this. Look how nice this arch looks. This arch doorway. I was trying to build a truss and somehow turned it into building an archway. That looks so much nicer than like 245s making a triangle. And now everything that I've built, how nice that looks. That's a nice little archway. A little bit more round. Now all of these windows down here, with this and this, now I'm second guessing them. That's cool. Anyways, got off track there, but yeah, maybe I'll do something with these dragon heads. I don't really like the actual faces of the heads. Coffee does a body good. Yes, we need half beams. I agree, yes. Run beams across. Very gothic arch. Yes. Ah, this will stay here for a minute. See what I want to do with it. I'll implement that in somewhere in the build. Yeah, I want to do some really interesting truss work on the roof. Something intricate, but not over intricate. Like, I want when you look up into the roof or look up to the ceiling, that it's like, wow, look at that. But it's not like a vine work of craziness. Because I find that, like, a lot of times on Reddit, there's a fine line between using these beams to make cool looking structures. Like, if you look at my foundry, how to make a semi-automatic foundry video, like, there's a fine line between how intricate you can make something look with that kind of spirally effect before it becomes just like eyesore. There's been a couple of builds, and I mean, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, and okay, that pitch got to change. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, or definitely not use any names, but there's been a couple of builds on Reddit. What was that? Oh, it's down here. There's been a couple of builds on Reddit where like I can see the intention with the kind of viney look, but it's just too much. So with anything in design, too much detail can sometimes be worse than no detail. Close enough, I think. I think this is the best curve yet. I think it's even better than this over here. No, it looks like I'm gonna end up having to rebuild that whole side. Because like that's far too far out. Let's just correct it quickly here. Oh, this is gonna suck a lot. Um, Too much faffing around. Oh, my brain hurts. You know what? Give me a couple minutes here, guys. I'm gonna go grab myself a quick coffee. I'll be back. I'm gonna switch over to the intermission screen here. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll leave the. I just fell. I'll leave the stream running here. I'm gonna go fill up my Jamaica coffee cup. Should do a thing where I have a different coffee cup every day. What do you guys think? Yeah. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Just give me. Alright, I'm back. Hmm. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. I feel like Mayhawk's right. It's gonna be a never-ending circle. We're just gonna keep going round and round and round and round. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna end up meshing everything together. Oh my god. Hello, pirate. I see you've tuned in. Tattoo Pirate's a real life friend of mine. So he likes to get weird in chat. Yeah. A good friend Mayhawk here in chat gave me this idea of using graduated wood beams to build this roof. And originally I didn't want to do it on stream, but everybody told me they wanted to watch me do it on stream, so we did it on stream. We did it. We made it. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build this side out to meet this corner. And then from this side, I'm going to get rid of all these end cuts by shifting this over. That should fix our issue. Because from the inside, you'll never know that this side, like if you're looking up, you'll never know that this side is thick. It looks like gold in that sunlight. Yeah, they did a really good job in this game with the effects. I like it. Okay. Now I gotta start bringing it up tighter. Somehow I feel like that's gonna be a hole on the inside. No? Hmm. Uh-oh. Just lagged out there. You know, going back to talking about perfectionist and everything being perfect. If you want to be literal about it, this game was built in, or if this game was supposed to be set in Viking days, they didn't have perfection. You know, like they didn't have a lot of the stuff was a lot more rough. So I think it's truer to the type of game for it to not be perfect. That's a better. Still not perfect, but good enough. Can't you just use the 1 meter beams all the way up to the corner to match and get rid of the end grains, then mesh it in with the 2 meter beams? Yep, I could do that. Yeah, like just replying to tattoo. Yeah, everything. They didn't have power tools, right? So it's actually quite interesting. There are still people out there, historical craftsmen or historical carpenters that prime example. Okay, so on the Notre Dame rebuild, everybody knows that the cathedral burned down, right? So on the rebuild, they've hired um historical, like they've hired a company that has a bunch of um carpenters. Sorry, I was lost for a word there. They've hired a company with a bunch of carpenters that actually build things like they did for the time period of the building they're rebuilding. So they're actually hand sawing um, all of the structural beams. So they'll take a beam out, they make a template of it, and then they hand cut it using axes and chisels and all of the same tools that they did back when it was originally built. It's pretty cool. I saw it on Discovery, some like Discovery Channel or some kind of program like that. I mean, it's not for me. I would never do that. I just think it's interesting that somebody would. You know what? I'm not even going to worry about these end cuts, to be honest with you. I think it's just getting a little too picky on that aspect. Mennonites, Amish Mennonites. Yeah, they do that too. But no, actually, these people that are being hired to do this rebuild, I don't believe they are Mennonites or Amish. I think they're just people who enjoy the idea of the craftsmanship of the period. Because like they have, it literally looks like a one-handed Viking axe that they use to just the hatchet, essentially, that they use to just chisel down this beam, and then they use a planer, an old hand planer, to plane it down and get a little bit more smooth. And then they didn't have sandpaper, so they used like a weird kind of cloth, I guess, with some kind of sandy grit in it to polish it up. It's pretty cool. Labor intensive and must be unreasonably expensive. If I had to guess, probably about $7,000 or $8,000 per beam. And we're talking beams that are maybe 10 feet max. And the cool thing too is they have to find a tree that matches the curve, because the grain has to match the curve of the beam. It can't be a cross, because I can't be a grain that runs across the beam, because when you put the weight on the beam, it will snap. So they have to find a tree that matches the curve of the beam, and then use their axes and their hatchets and their planers to shape the beam, put all the notches in, everything. It's pretty cool. My buddy did that in the old heritage homes in town. And the only people that can work on my aunt's house in Bradford at the same time. Viking weren't perfect in building, so a little offness gives character. True. Also a reason so I don't have to spend all day being perfect. Yeah, you have to be here in Canada in order to work on heritage sites. You have to be qualified to do it. And there's a house down the road from me. They had a issue with their front deck. And because it's a let me finish my food here. Because it was a heritage home, a buddy of mine who is qualified to do it had to rebuild the deck. But the problem was, when they originally built the deck, there was no such thing as pressure treated wood. So it was built out of pine. And if you know anything about wood, pine doesn't fare too well. Well, it does, but cedar is better. Cedar is the best. Cedar doesn't rot naturally. So he had to build it out of pine, and he even said to the building department for the city, it's like, if we're going to build this, we might as well build it out of cedar. And unfortunately, they wouldn't let him because it wasn't the original material. So he ended up rebuilding this deck out of pine, which unfortunately will not last the test of time. So sometimes building things the way they were isn't always the best idea, but when it comes to heritage homes, you've kind of got to. At least here where Tattoo and I live. Oh, that sun sometimes blinds me like crazy. We're almost there. We're almost there, boys and girls. We are almost there. I'm going to have to get myself a capture card and start streaming from my other PC. I have a 2 PC setup here. Just my other PC is more for work. But this streaming really kills my game performance. Yes, soft and easily weathered. Also takes stain horribly. If you ever want to stain pine, it's brutal. The mill wax on it, you have to remove the mill wax. It doesn't accept stain. The graining doesn't accept stain very well. I mean, you can, but if you're a true craftsman, you wouldn't use pine for staining things unless you absolutely had to. Amish back home are great in building with old style tools, and craftsmanship last forever. I know they do, because honestly, we have similar in the UK. It's called listed buildings. So I'm sure everywhere you guys, all over the world, you have building codes, which are a set of rules that you can and that you have to follow when building something, right? So here in Canada, we have our own building codes, and a lot of times the things that you see in the building code make you scratch your head. And one thing that always blows my mind is, especially with structural framing, we have these steel beams now, steel I-beams. We have LVLs, laminated veneer lumber beams, which are essentially just overpowered. It's just OP plywood. That's all it is. It's OP plywood, overpowered plywood. But I always scratch my head at all of these new building materials that we have because we've got century old, century plus, 150 plus year old buildings, and in the UK, because the UK has such the UK is just so old. Some of the I've never been there, but I've seen some of the buildings in the UK are so old that they're held up by timber, which is in Canada we call a timber is a tree. It's a tree beam. In the UK, timber is any dimensional lumber, as far as I know. But a freaking tree is holding up your floor, whereas now it's like literally just plywood. So it makes me wonder, like all this stuff's in the building code and it's supposed to be so much better, but how long is it really going to last? I wish I could live 150 years, or at least just go in the future and see all of our shitty houses crumbling because we use TJIs instead of solid wood for floor joists and all that crap. I refuse to build a house using the new style TJI floor joists. If somebody hires me to do an addition or build a house, it's solid 2x material, 2x8, 2x10. I don't use that junk. Glorified plywood. It's expensive though, especially today. We were talking earlier about the price of lumber. Oh, it's very nice of you, Tattoo Pirate. By that I mean captured card. Florida has Florida and a lot of the southern states, they have their own like Hurricane Alley in the States, they have an entirely different set of building codes. So like you can't even build a deck in the hold on guys, give me a second. Sorry, I was being beckoned. You can't even build a deck down in the States or without hurricane ties, stuff like that. So everywhere has their own building code. But the funny thing about a hurricane tie is if you look at it, it's literally just like a 16 gauge piece of steel strapping that they hope will keep whatever they've strapped in place when a hurricane comes. But you can't really mess with the will of God. Tattoo Pirate, was it you that told me that the price of a 2x4 went up again? No, it was my friend Adam that I'm working with right now. Maybe it was you. I don't remember. We're almost there. Can you guys taste it? I can almost taste it. I think that's gonna be good enough for me. Good enough for me and Bobby McGee. Look at that. I'm not even holding shift. It almost lines up perfectly. There's a saying. I love it when a plan works out. And we have nobody to thank but what Mayhawk. I almost called you Warhawk, but that's because that's Tattoo Pirate's um what is it? Your streaming, I don't know what you call it. Your crew. Um let me get caught up here. Plays Viking games, speaks about will of a god. Geez, Odin would strike me dead. Steel strapping is just sharp projectiles when a hurricane hits. Yep. As I knew that. Pipe bomb homes. All right, so that's it. So I'm gonna end up building the spires. This is gonna, let's do it right now while it's bugging me. I want to get a little bit of a cantilever here. Yeah, a beautiful roof, and it's all thanks to you. In fact, when I make the video, I'm going to put your YouTube name in as inspiration for the roof in the description. Because I'm a firm believer of giving people credit where credit is due. I don't like to take other people's ideas and make them my own without at least giving credit to whose idea it was. So you will definitely be named as the mastermind behind this roof. And I'm so happy that you were in this stream and actually came up with this idea for me, because I probably wouldn't have thought to do this on my own. But it was what was needed. Okay, so let's toss up some verticalness. Verticalness. I make up my own words on stream, guys. Let's go halfway through a point there. The Mayhawk Tower. That may be what it has to be called. The Mayhawk Tower. When the hand of God gives your house a love tap, you don't want to be anywhere near it. Yeah. I remember when I was younger watching my dad running around outside, picking up patio furniture that's blowing around because there's literally a tornado right outside, and he's worried about his patio furniture. I'll never forget that as a little kid. And the funny thing is we were up north at our little getaway, the trailer. We had a little trailer as a getaway instead of a cottage. But I'm sitting in the bunk bed in the back of this 30 foot long, 8 foot wide trailer, paper thin walls in the middle of a tornado, and there's my dad running around like a crazy man trying to pick up his blown around seats from his tornado. Yeah, wild guy. This stream has been made possible thanks to Tattoo Pirate's IT help. It is true, guys. Without Tattoo Pirate, I would not have been able to do this. Oh my god, Mayhawk. Don't worry, I got you, man. I'll never tell her you said that. The constant yabble. Savage. Okay, so now we have to kind of do the same idea. Let's drop this. We need to bring up, where's that thing? There we go. So now we got to do this. So we're going to kind of do the same idea here. Now, I think what we'll do is take Demonic Drake's idea with the support posts on the inside, because as we laminate these walls, we're going to need to support them from below, because I think we're getting to our max stability. And I don't really want to spawn rocks inside this because I want it to be a nice vaulted ceiling. So I think what we'll do is we'll build a temporary, not temporary, but more of a support structure. Actually, I feel like, yeah, I think what we'll do is, I can tell when he read that comment instantly. You almost laughed so hard vape would have came out my eye. Yeah, eyes. um so Demonic Drake's idea was to use, you know what I think I need to do actually is replace these in a better location. So let's stick it back here and see what happens. I guess I can get rid of these. Don't really need them. Okay, now I've moved it back and it's going to stick out now, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay. Remove. Is it one word again? Yeah. You can tell her if you like. We've been married 20 years this month and she's heard it all. I even found out that the worst to end a row is to say, "Shut up now, you're boring me." Oh my lord. I can't even drink my coffee. I'm just gonna spit it everywhere. Yeah, you're boring me now. Okay, I think. Oh my god, there's a tear forming in my left eye. Um, let's try this. Hopefully, if we hang these iron beams in this manner. Kind of do this. That's meshed in there, yep. I want to come off the wall slightly with it. Oop. We don't need that because we've got it supported here. Oh, we gotta go back some. Let's try this. See where this lands. That's here. I have a feeling this is gonna stick out, but I want to just test it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hide these beams with core wood from below. So we don't really need to hide. So we'll have like a nice square in here, and then we can build off that square with a nice truss design to be able to start supporting above. Relationship goals. Yeah. After spending 20 plus years with somebody, the same person, it's one of those. You ever been in a long term relationship? You know that eventually you know what you can get away with and what you can't. I guess I don't need to go down any further than that. It's in rock. And that doesn't even line up with that, but that's okay. We will fix that via there. We'll actually transfer this back down here. Get rid of this one. Okay, that's in there. Maybe let's do that one too. See if we can't get these to go right into the stone over here. This one, can we get that one any further back? It'd be nice to be able to hide these completely. Yeah, there we go. Let's do that. Okay, so let's now it looks exactly like Notre Dame Cathedral covered in scaffolding. Yeah. I've seen some of the concepts that they want to incorporate in that rebuild and some wild ideas they've got. I think it's going to be real cool. There's one where it's like almost looks like a sci-fi tower that they're going to stick for the cathedral or whatever, the spire in the center. So cool. I'm so excited to see that. You know what? I've got to hand place this because otherwise nothing will line up. Oh, let's do this. Come on. Okay, now hmm, not a square, it's a rectangle, so that's not gonna. Be nice to have a few more rotation snap points too. I tried to get these beams to be lined up perfectly, but that's good as she's gonna get. It's not perfect, but it will work. Having issues now because you didn't place the iron wood poles in the deep corners of the stone pillars. Yeah, I know. The coloring and texture of the iron wood blends better with the roof than with the coral wood core wood does. Yes, but the core wood is going to be a framed. It's going to be a focal frame. And keep in mind too, you actually probably won't see it when it's done because like I said earlier, we're going to be building out a substantial crown mold on the inside. So you won't actually see that when it's done. The idea is you'll see these these trusses that I'm going to build past here. Ironwood to span the opening would hold better. You're right. It would. Ah, this is already. That's already scuffed. Means getting hot in here. Let me just turn my fan on, open the door. Hey, Radon. Welcome to the stream. You know what? Instead of getting so ingrained with how this is going to hold up, let's actually look here. We're green, so I don't even think it gets yellow there. Let's build till we need to, instead of worrying about that kind of stuff. We'll just build till we need to do something about it. If it starts breaking, I guess then we'll figure it out. Miss White, thank you very much for the $2. Or actually, it's two. Is that £2? I don't know what the currency is on that, but thank you for the donation. Nice to see you live. I love your videos, man. Thank you very much. How are you doing today, Miss White? You know what? Let's do this. Oh, that sun sometimes like really hurts my eyes. Euros. Ah, you see, euros. So like €2 is like $9,000 Canadian. Not really. Thank you very much for the donation. I'm a little tired today. After my stream last night, I wanted to do kind of like a little quick stream last night, and Pirate Tattoo Pirate and I spent a few hours trying to figure some issues that are having out. My biggest issue was I wanted my chat to show up in the YouTube video, and then he showed me that I was being dumb and that it does. Um, and then after I streamed, I stayed up a little bit too late on TikTok, and I very rarely go on TikTok, but when I do, it becomes a late night, so I'm a little tired. Ugh, I don't know, man. I don't know. It might actually just be better for me to continue the. Yeah, it's $3. Yeah. You know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna continue this beam work that Mayhawk came up with, and I'm gonna bring that right up to the point. Because I feel if I start with this vertical, it kind of ruins the look of the roof. It'd be better for everything to just be uniform. I'm gonna spawn in some um, food here. Okay, I definitely think this pattern is the way to go all the way up. Probably quicker and easier to do it like this, but might as well stay with the theme and yeah, I'm on board with that. It does look bad like this. Why am I free flying? Remove props. So we are going to continue. We need a near vertical. Basically a sheer wall. So we gotta offset this very minimally. How do you manage to build that high? Even land has a limit to level raising. Johnny Speedy. I'm using an exploit with the command spawn rock underscore destructible underscore test, like you're seeing here. That command right there. And what that does is it spawns in one of these. Where'd they go? There was one here somewhere. Right here. So it will spawn in rocks like these. And these don't fall. They're physicless. And what that does is it sets it acts like ground. Right? So it resets so that whatever's touching it is a foundation piece, and then from there you can build up. So what I've done is even on these pillars here, you can see I spawned an entire rock, and then I chip it away till it's just one little piece left, and I can kind of hide it. Once the interior is done, it'll all be hidden. You won't see like these three things, but that's how I'm doing it. So no mods, just oh, we're getting rid of that. No mods, just vanilla building with debug mode. How tall is this tower supposed to go? Well, let's look at our reference picture. Let's stand back here, and this will give you an idea based off the reference picture that I have. So, I don't know. We got to keep going a little bit more. But after this roof is done, then the hard part's all done. I'm still contemplating whether I'm going to correct this roof line because it's down here. But like you see, this roof line's too low here. Yes, definitely. You can, if you're in a debug build, you can definitely use that command. I used the ship spawn since it raised the ground, but it's tricky and does not work properly. Can you post command in chat maybe? A ship? I'm not too sure. Just that one command you got you my appreciation. I'll type it into chat here. I have to sign into chat. Okay, get out your pen and paper. I've got to sign into chat on this side, so I'm just gonna do it in so it's lowercase spawn space. You have to do a capital R O C K underscore destructible and then underscore test. The only uppercase letter is the R in rock. And then when you hit it, pops up like that. And then you can just chip away at it. Now, the only crappy thing is the build share mod that I use. So this build share mod allows you to copy your builds, right? So when you go to save, there's a save terrain option. But that save terrain option is not working with these rocks. So until I can figure out how to get these rocks to copy, I can't even share this, which kind of is a bummer because I really wanted to. I wanted to put it up on my Valheimians profile. So I'm really trying to get in touch with the devs of this mod and see, like, I haven't checked my Discord message that I sent to them, but I tried to get in touch with them and see if there was a way to get these things to save. I feel like I have to tear this corner back. It has to be corrected. Wow, this roof is quite intricate. I can tell you right now, Mayhawk, if you're still there, that I'm gonna get a lot of questions about this roof when this video goes live. This is gonna be a focal point for sure. I guarantee it. Like even just these roofs down here, I get a lot of questions about them. This one here is that's just gonna generate a lot of questions. Hello, Chief Mad. How are you doing today? Just tag Mayhawk and let him answer. That's when I tell them they should have watched the stream and find out. That is very true. Yeah, but you know what? People get offended by that kind of behavior too, right? Unless it's just a joke on our end. I don't mind answering questions. I mean, I wake up every day to multiple notifications, multiple questions. I ignore the trolls. Well, I try to at least. But I would say that 95% of my comments and questions are all positive. There's not many dickheads out there. At least from on my end. Wife's got bored of me and now is trying to hold a conversation with her Google Nest device. That's funny. I do answer most of my comments. Until it gets to the point that I can't keep up, I try to make sure that everybody gets their comment or their question looked after. I don't feel the stream is busy enough yet for me to start ignoring people's comments. You took the time to type it out, I feel like you should have the recognition. You know, there's nothing, it's not like you're watching Shroud or Tim the Tatman and it's just columns of comments that you can't keep up. So for them, I understand, and 99% of it is just crap. So, but legitimate questions, legitimate comments, they deserve an answer, or at least for me to recognize that I've seen them. And if you're talking about all my YouTube videos, which I just realized that's probably what you're referring to, is yes, I definitely reply to all of my... I wake up and I read every single comment that I get a notification for, and I reply to it. I mean, there's the odd time I don't reply, but for the most part, I feel like everybody... You spent the time to comment on my video, I feel I should spend the time to reply. Unless you're being a dickhead. This top part gets a little wonky. Man, this looks good. Mayhawk, you saved this build. You saved it from utter disappointment on my end. She ain't perfect, but she's pretty. Um, my wife just sits back and rocks out using Alexa when she gets bored of conversations with me or I'm watching a stream. I don't have a wife, so I was married. I was almost married, but that didn't work out. Like the guy who said that you were cheating by using commands to build. Some people are just sad and dumb, but good for you to not paying attention to them. Yeah. I mean, come on. I built an entire city legit. I think I deserve a creative build. Sorry, I can't take credit for that. My brother and I built a city legit. Where did that go? What the heck? It disappeared. I heard it plays. It's gonna end up sticking out somewhere randomly. Stu Wilkin, thank you very much. This is Mayhawk's idea. I'm just doing what he told me. I just work here. Well, hold on a second. Obviously, you didn't learn from the first one, because if you learned from the first one, why would you get married again? Just kidding. It's locked in the 2-meter beam you were looking at. Well, you have better eyes than me, I guess. Oh, I think it's right there. Oh, whatever. It's good as gone. I like the screenshot of the former forest after you chop down everything to build your city. That was my tree farm. And the funny thing is I started doing that because people didn't believe about the legitimacy of my builds. So I started, okay, I will chop down this forest for wood. Because I mean, really, okay, so really I could have just chopped the forest down, but why would somebody go and chop a forest down and not use the wood? So that was my thought process there. But yeah, picture proof. Stop blaming me. All right. No, this is wild. This is really nice. And I love this too. One of my favorite things to do is to build these eavesdrops, man. Like that, and then I like to put this underneath, a little extra detail. I just feel it adds so much more character to the build. Do that after. That's for the end game. That's the end game of the build. Wow, this side has definitely been the best so far. Everything else kind of gets a little derp and round, but you know what? It is what it is. It's a hand-built roof. I'm building this without a tape measure, a square, a level. Hello, Joel Rosenfeld. Joel or Joel? Joel? I don't know how to pronounce the E with the can't think of what they're called. First wife was a real. We won't say that. Pulled a Jekyll and Hyde on me after the Netflix. Yeah. My dad has been married 3 times. Guess that Einstein was right. Human stupidity is infinite. Well, I'm single. Not married, no kids. And I'm alright with that. I was engaged. But that's as far as that story goes. We don't talk about that. She might see the stream one day. No. Oh, the French pronunciation. Oh, okay. So it's Joel. Am I correct? Joel? I do know a Joel, but spelt differently. Hi, Mikey Spires. Just joined. Your build is amazing. I will be checking out some of your other builds, but this is wicked. Thanks for streaming and keeping up the great content. You're welcome. Thank you for joining and thank you for the recognition. I plan on keeping it up. I mean, I don't have anything else to play. I mean, I could play other things that my friends are playing, but I like this game, so I will continue to play it. Aussie. Right from Aussie land. Right from Aussie land. I've I've always wanted to go to Australia. It's on my bucket list. Or my travel list. Shouldn't say bucket list. I don't plan on dying anytime soon. Um, but not before I get out to do my European tour. I want to see Denmark as well. Denmark is nice. So, Joel, French spelling. Are you a French? Are you from European French or Canadian French? Europe has the best architecture. How do you keep the beams from turning red without support? Well, that's a closely guarded secret. It's a good thing I'm willing to tell you now, isn't it? I'm using rocks. Spawn. Sorry, my throat, guys. Spawn rock destructible. So you can see them clipped into the wall here. This is what they look like before you chisel them away. But it's the command is. I'm pointing at my screen like you can see it. Spawn rock underscore destructible underscore test. That is the command for them, and they have no physics, so they don't fall. And as long as they're touching whatever you want to support, it becomes a foundation piece, and you can build higher. There's 2 French in the chat. We're going to invade your chat. Well, I'm Canadian, so do I count as kind of French, even though I'm not French Canadian? Correct. Raid. No, no. I'm not even gonna try the French. Je ne parle pas français. I think that's how you say it. Je ne parle pas français. Français. I'm butchering that, I know. Let's check my... Okay. So we don't have to close that up a lot more. So let's try a couple more layers and then we'll get that roof all wrapped up. Let's check the stability. We have an orange. We got a bit of a red. So at some point we're going to have to use Demonic Drake's idea of supporting this. But let's see if we can't get this wrapped up a bit better. So we're going to do a more aggressive angle here. But what does that look like? Good enough. I live on the southeast of France. So you're European, okay. So you speak real French. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Different dialects of French out here. In fact, even within Canada, Quebecois and New Brunswick, they speak completely different dialects of French. There's at least 3 different dialects of French that I know of in Canada. Do you mind putting the spawn command in the pinned comments for everyone who wishes to know the command? I wish I could, pinned comments. I don't even know how to do that. And it says I have to sign in to chat to be able to actually do that. Let me see here. Bear with me. Sign into chat. All messages you sent. Let me see. Hopefully this doesn't mess up. This action cannot be performed. Okay, so I have to do it from the web browser. But I don't have the web browser up. Okay, maybe if I go to my actual live stream. So if I go in here, I can, so here's the spawn command. Spawn rock underscore destructible underscore test. Now, I don't know if that pins it. Can I pin? There we go. Pinned messages. There you go. You can add a pinned comment after the stream. I actually just added it there. So, do I have a Discord? I do have a Discord. YouTube notification doesn't work. It would be easier to know when you go live for me. So, my friend Tattoo Pirate is helping me with my Discord. I set one up. If you go to the banner on my channel, in the bottom right corner, it says Reddit, Discord, Twitch. Like it has the links for it. You can go there, but I can also do this. Invite. No, wait. Invite people. Yeah. So my friend Tattoo Pirate is helping me with my Discord. I set one up. So what I'll do is I'll put a never-ending invite link in this chat right now. No limit. Generate new link. Copy. So what I'll do right now is throw this into the chat. This is a bare bones minimum Discord channel currently. It's a work in progress, so bear in mind it's not fancy like most community Discords, but that it's there. What I'll do is I'll put a never-ending invite link in this chat right now. No, if it don't work either. You can add a pinned comment after. I've missed several live streams for SnowRunner because of notifications not working. Thank you very much. Okay. It's a work in progress, so bear in mind. Oh no, that's okay, Miss White. It's not like I actually had to modify my banner with like a big arrow pointing in the bottom because it's not very. They're tiny little social media icons. So don't worry about asking. That's it right there. There's only a few people in it. It's not large at all. It's very brand new. It's only been up for like maybe 3 or 4 days now. And Tattoo Pirate's gonna help me with that. Like I actually had to modify my banner with like a big arrow pointing on the bottom because it's not very. They're tiny little. I have so much to do this weekend. I just thought of it. I have to do all my bookkeeping for my business because it's the end of the quarter. But I also want to do a video for you guys. So, but unfortunately, the business comes first because that's how I make my living. But I think I'm gonna get up a couple how-to videos. Maybe I'll work on them this week. Getting some footage. The hardest part is gonna be recording audio for them because of where I am. It's gonna be difficult for me to get a good audio. Bit of a delay echo to audio. Is that like right now? Bit of a delay echo to audio. There might have been like I was watching my stream and it was coming through my headphones, which are just hung up on my mic there, so it might have been that. I don't know. Let me know if they're like if the audio is still wacko. I just joined the Discord. My name is MaxOz2 on Discord. As long as I can see when you're live on Discord, I'm happy. LOL. Yeah. I don't know if that is a thing yet or I've set that up. I know Tattoo Pirate was mentioning that he was gonna have that done for me. Um, when it comes to like building a basic Discord, I'm perfectly capable of doing that, but like a community Discord I've never done before. So he's gonna help me with that. And I'm sure he's gonna have something set up like that. He's got his own Discord set up like that, so we'll give you notice when I go online. It's gone now. Okay, I think what happened is I had to switch over to my actual live stream on watch my own live stream, and it was probably you're probably getting feedback from my headphones because I hang my headphones on my mic boom because I don't really need my headphones for this. So I actually heard myself coming through my headphones, which is why I turned the stream off, or I actually muted the stream, didn't turn it off. Kind of reminds me of like a witch's hat or something. I don't know. I feel like the top is too big. I hate to say it, but I feel like I didn't I didn't achieve this look here. Mr. Flea Monk. I love your builds, man. You're giving us lots of inspiration. Keep going. Thank you very much. Jen, a how-to showing tips for building through swaying treetops and leaves would be great. Currently getting very frustrated with the lack of visibility. Um, I don't know. I've never actually done that. How to build through swaying treetops and leaves. I've literally never done that. Hmm. I don't know what to say, Jen. I know I had difficulties. Like, it's not even like you can cut the tree down because you're trying to build in the tree. I get what you're trying to do. Yeah, not enough incline. Guys, I have to do it. It will have to be done. Um, sorry, Jen. I'm trying to think of something here for you while I'm doing this. I mean, honestly, you can change you can change your camera angles like this, but I've never built in a tree, so I don't even have an idea of what I could do to or even give you a suggestion other than changing your camera angle, your camera in and out. The 45-degree beam to keep the angle and width you need for the top. Yeah, we're trying to keep the idea. So we were using like walls like this, but they they kind of stuck out like a sore thumb, and doing that might try that. Um, Lower the graphics quality. Miss White is saying Southeast Asian architecture, like the Shwedagon. Well, I'm not even trying to pronounce that. Thanks. Helpful. I did that. Seeing mushrooms through grass. Oh yeah, that trick. Seeing mushrooms through grass. Let's see. I'm having a brain fart. You know what we can actually do is use that as a way to line this up, even if we didn't want to keep it. Because if I just squeak this in and just touch the beam at the very end, like, you see how the ends are just touching the beam? Let's see what happens if I remove that. That's a bit too aggressive, but it's a good start. Good template. So let's use Jen's idea there and stick some 45s on here. Hmm, that will help. So less of an aggressive curve this time. So let's go with the out. Did we go with the outside or the inside? Oh, we'll find out right now. Um, Mickey Spires, yes. This is a unique build. This is something that I decided to build in creative, but I do have a 100% legit town. You can watch the video on my channel, and everything was farmed legit by myself and my brother. It's a substantially large town too. It's nothing to. Sorry, trying to line this up. Yeah, no, how I farm. I have a specific manner of farming. So like my food, I use the same food. And a lot of people say, "Oh, don't waste good food for when you're just milling about your base." But stamina and health are very important when you're out farming, right? Like at 246 health, I'm not going to die from a tree hitting me in the head, right? At the same time, I also have this massive bar of stamina. So what I do for when I'm farming is I will pop my elder perk. Well, first I go and get my rested bonus, right? So I have a comfort bonus of 17 from my longhouse that gives you 24 minutes of rested. And then I eat the best food I've got to give me maximum stamina. And then I go and I pop my elder perk. And then what I do is I think it's 4 or 5 minutes you get elder perk or whatever it is. I just go and I chop trees. I just drop them. I fall them. I don't chop them up. So I use the whole 4 or 5 minutes of just downing, falling the trees, or felling the trees, I think is the proper term. And then when that elder perk is up, I go over to the plains. I have a teleporter set up for near like a bunch of monoliths. There's actually 18 monoliths in this location. And I mine the monoliths until my elder perk is available again. And once it's available, I pop that and I go chop the trees up that I just fell, and that's how I farm. The other way I do it is I use the elder. Like I have the elder permanently summoned. Like I never kill him unless I'm ready to replant my tree farm. But I plant a tree farm around the elder. I have a base built under his platform, and I let him fall trees for me. Using 45 and 26-degree beams help me get the angles for gradually steeper points on my roundhouse. Yes, I use it all. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Let me go over to my town here. I'm did uh game broke? Really? Glitched inside. Wow. I'll show you my town if you haven't already seen it. But I use 45s and 26 all the time. That's like exclusive building for me. Now imagine the cleanup afterwards from all the tearing that down, hunting the below for the screens. Yeah, I just use remove drops. I uploaded a picture of a treehouse I made on Ghost's Discord. It can give you an idea of how you need to build it. Oh, that's cool. I agree. Do the same thing and catch flack for wasting food. Yeah, but it's important to have good food when farming. You're doing yourself a disservice if you go around just eating meat, like cooked meat, because like it takes one tree and you're dead, and then you've lost. Like for me, I died. I think it was last week. I randomly died on my buddy's server. I was helping him build, and I lost 15 levels out of run. So yes, my roundhouse. Like I built this whole roof using beams, right? So, but that castle build is a little different. I did this roof too with all beams. All right, 56G. Hey, I didn't even see you check in, but it's nice to see you again. Take it easy, 56G. But yeah, a lot of most of my town uses beams to actually build stuff. Like this bridge. I have a how-to on how to build this bridge. I'm gonna do a how-to on this longhouse. I mean, it's a basic longhouse, and it doesn't look basic, but it actually is very basic. It's the actual roof that makes it look complicated. But the build itself is pretty basic. I don't have any wood on me. Braziers. But yeah, I'm quite experienced in building with beams. Anyhow. Demonic Drake, see you later. Are you saying later brought to 56G, or are you saying that to me? I'm not too sure. I'm assuming you're going to say that to 56G. But yeah, food is very important to staying alive, obviously, but also for farming. If you want to be efficient at farming, then don't neglect your food. Also, don't neglect the level of your farming tools either. Like, you should have a max level axe, regardless of what iron or black metal or whatever axe you have. Max level it. because the durability increase is worth it. Huh. Try to copy my longhouse once. I you know what? I'm gonna show you what the longhouse looked like on day one. Somewhere buried in my personal Discord channel. I give me a minute here. Let me I'm just gonna leave this up for you guys just while I search for this, but I have somewhere a bare bones photo of the frame of this longhouse that I built months ago. And it really isn't, like I said, it really isn't that complicated of a build. I mean, the interior is very detailed, but the basic structure. Okay, so can I? How do I? Let's see. Open link. Yep. Okay, so I'm assuming you guys can see this. Let me just open. Yes. All right. So here's the basic structure of that longhouse, right? So, I mean, this was the beginning. I don't know if my mouse is coming through the stream. I'm assuming it is because I can see it on my end. But this was the basic first rounded kind of idea thing that I had. But this was it. This was the basic design of it, and I just added to it. Like the basket weave roof, literally built off of this roof. It just comes up off of here, goes across, and then it has the basket weave in it. What else we've got? Let's check. Good old photos back in the day. This was my first semi-automatic. Um, this was my first semi-automatic kind of smelter foundry sort of thing. You can see I think that's Bronze Age armor. Um, what else we've got here? This is me and my brother, the engineers. This is my brother and I. This is Stu. That's not his real name. That's his character name, but the inside of the longhouse before it got all fancy. Um, Open link. Yep. This is the inside of it before it got all fancy. So like you can see that it's actually a basic longhouse that just has some prettiness added into it. I even have a picture of the raw frame. Um, okay, so let's work backwards here. So this is the raw frame. No, it's not. That's been slightly worked at. Where's the raw frame? The raw frame. Here she is. Day one of building the city of Hagerheim. That is the raw frame. So yeah, it goes from basically that to that. The interior was kind of done. But yeah, nothing super spectacular about it except for um the roof. Um the ground is shaking. My builder's so weak compared to what you're doing, man. Props, man, props. Just keep it. Just keep. Um, Hold on, guys. I'm just gonna do a quick. Let's get up here quickly. Just keep experimenting. You know what I mean? Like I didn't. You can. I just showed you. I didn't have. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have a picture of my very first ever. Oh, that's my buddy's. Never mind. I don't have a picture. I could, if you're interested, go all the way to my very first base, which is literally a square box. Have I ever built a shipyard or dock? Yes, I have. Um, I have a very detailed shipyard and dock. There is on my channel a video of this town. It's called The Town of Agerheim, updated video. Stu, it's funny because it's my real name. Yeah. The shipyard or dock. I have an entire harbor. And like I was saying in one of my streams earlier, that dock is what drove me to just start creating or building a creative, because it was so difficult to get the ground built up and build the stone. Like, it was a grind. I think it took me like 4 days to build this damn dock. And after I built that, that was the last thing essentially I built in this town, was this dock. Lag. But yeah, that's my dock slash shipyard slash harbor with my raven statues. But yeah, that looks like an elephant tower. GT. I'm not too sure which you're talking about, elephant tower. We are working on the Castle Fairfax. Ghost. Build, good afternoon. Greetings from Poland. Oh, it's you again, Slovenian. Slow. I remember last time I couldn't pronounce your name. Welcome back to the stream. It is nice to see you again. What do we got going on here? We don't need to hear crackling. Oh, it's the sound of the portal. Let me put my headphones down here. I had to shorten this name I have here for when I start Valheim to maybe Dem Drake. Nothing to compare to that. Guess I have a lot to learn. You just gotta experiment. You just gotta experiment. Get fancy. I didn't start building craziness right off the bat. It's been hours. I think I'm almost at 500, between 450 and 500 hours in game time now. Huh. I have a good memory. Some days. Most of the time I don't. Don't know why that won't work. Ah, it's if you're happy with your build, that's what matters. It doesn't matter what other people think. That's a problem with culture today. Everybody's so used to trying to please everybody else that they don't please themselves first. Just do what makes you happy, and that's what matters. But I always say to everybody that says comments like that, just take inspiration from builders, your favorite builders. You know, look at their content, see how they build things, and try to copy it. And then from there, you can modify it, you know, like, There's a reason I make how to build videos, so everybody can share in the creativity that I've kind of come up with and have it for themselves. Because not everybody has a creative mind, like we're all our own person, we're all our own humans, so some of us are better at things than others. Like I'm sure you have skills that I don't, you know? Like you're probably really good at saving money. I'm not. Yeah, look at your portal room. I see an elephant. Oh, that's a world tree. It's not actually an elephant. I have 200 hours on the game, and I didn't even beat the third boss. I'm always building. That's how it went with me. I didn't beat the final boss till I was over. I only did it just recently. Probably at 410 hours in, I finally beat Yagluth. If that's how you pronounce it. At least that's how we pronounce it. Me and my buddies. This guy's probably one of the best builder on Valheim right now. So of course everything you make is going to look bad compared to him. Well, I appreciate the compliment on my end, but like I said, everybody has their own talents, and there's no harm in taking anything that I build and making it your own. What I don't like though is when somebody blatantly rips off my builds and tries to pass them off as their own. In fact, just quite recently, I had one of that on YouTube, and I had to make a comment. I don't mind if you use my content. If you ask, you'll always get a yes. You'll always get a yes because you reached out and you asked. But to blatantly rip it off and just pretend like you invented it or you built it, that really upsets me. So that has already happened. So there's no reason for that. Like I actually have a build video that's on my list to do that isn't my idea. And I reached out to the person on Reddit and asked them if I could do a video, and he gave me permission to do it as long as I gave him a plug to his YouTube channel. I have no problems doing that. None at all. Did I ask Mayhawk to copy his roof? Huh? Um, he told me to stop blaming him for all the hard work. Mayhawk gave us this idea for this roof. And it was funny because when he first mentioned it, I was like, oh, I don't know. Let me try it out. And I was literally in shock when it worked out. I was like, damn, that was a good idea. The Mayhawk Tower, it's being called. Yeah, I get a lot of people um ripping off my content, and it really upsets me. I had in fact No Arcade, which is a huge YouTube channel. They reached out to me on Reddit and they asked if they could put my skull video in their best builds compilations, and I said absolutely you can, because they asked permission. You know, like if you're not gonna ask me for permission, then at minimum, at least put my channel name on the video, not buried in your description or something like that. Like give the credit out in the open so that when somebody says, "Oh, that's crazy. That was built by Tim the Toolman," or whatever the name is, they go to that channel, or they at least search that channel. You know, like that's real hours of real life time that we put into not only just making that video, but to do the build. You know, so stealing somebody's content for your gain is just, that's just poopy. It's not cool. And yeah, I do see it everywhere on YouTube with my stuff. And it's whatever. I can't win every battle, right? I'll comment when needed. You know, like the video that I was talking about earlier. I made a comment in the comment section saying, you know, I don't mind you doing this, but you know, it would be nice if you at least gave some credit, because you'd never mentioned anything. You passed it off like you invented this and this is all your idea. And the creator actually did eventually put my name in the description, but it's a piss off. Don't blame me. Don't blame me, he says. Not my fault. Don't blame me. People who take credit from others are losers anyways. People who take credit are people who take content without credit. Yes. Somebody else did it. A big boy did it and ran away. Without hacks, we can't build such a big house. What you say? What you say, bro? Rakesh. Well, I'm not hacking, if that's what you're implying. Um, I am, however, using developer commands. I'm using the commands given to me within the game. I'm not using any mods. And my opinion on that is, if you've seen my city, then you know I've already built some crazy stuff legit. So give a man a break and let him build in creative every once in a while. That is my response to that. And because nobody in their right mind would build this legit, it would take literally years. Oh, chat's going so fast. I think there should be NPCs in Valheim too. But it's a whole other... Keep in mind, this game is early access, right? And by early access, I mean, I think it's an insult to this game to be called early access, because this is so well polished that this might as well be a finished game. But no, it is early access, and the developers, I personally think the developers, all 5 of them, were kind of sick of the we talked about this subject in one of my other streams, where, you know, people bring out these video games that aren't even finished and pass them off as finished. These guys built a polished game and released a high quality polished game as early access. Honestly, truthfully, I hope that this thing lasts as long as Minecraft. Really do. I really enjoy this game. And I think that's as high as I'm going to bring that. I know it's not true to 100% true to what the roof is, but I feel if it gets any taller, it's just going to be disproportionate. Disproportionate. So, um, yeah, it's the minimum house. In a way, that means that you're building as incredible, but it still sucks. I mean, cheats. Your voice is very good, my YouTube master. Thank you. You can just have to farm for a month, and it'll take weeks to build such a building. Weeks? No, no. This would be months. Small-minded people consider using commands as cheats, but F them. Okay, I'm curious, does this roof work like a stair? Can you climb it walking? I don't know. Let's check that out. No, you wouldn't actually, because of, in order to, I can tell already, in order to climb these, you need to build stairs like this. So let me just take off fly here. So if you try to stack them on top, you can't, your character won't be able to step up. So what you have to do is actually mount them from behind and just go up ever so slightly. Just, just a bit. Because if you get too high, right? Okay, so like that. Like this first step is actually too high. I won't be able to get up it walking. I might be able to while running. No, I can't even while running. So what you have to do is this. So you can actually walk up this, but the minute you place a block too high, you can't get up it. Yeah, I think even that might be too high. No, it isn't. But if you place a block on top of this, it's definitely too high. So the way that I built that roof, no, it wouldn't work as a stair. That'd be cool. Let me just catch up on chat while I'm doing this here. I have no mods and I have not used any console commands, but I think I do okay grinding it out. You don't need console commands to build craziness, like I showed you with that city. If you have a group of friends that are, good friends that are willing to grind, you can literally build anything. That's how my brother and I built the city. We would build, so how we had a schedule, like a build schedule. So we would build and do game progression one night, and then the next night would be a farming night, and then we would do every other night as a farming night. That's how we did it. Otherwise, you burn yourself out, right? And just like I said with building my dock, that's essentially at the point where I burned myself out and I said, enough, I'm not doing this grind anymore because I'm going to kill the game. It's going to kill the game for me. Like, you know what I mean? You don't want to grind day in, day out before you even build. So I switched over to debug mode and I build up here. And past that point, the portal inside that thing, past that, I never bring any of these, like, at the end of my play sessions, this gets deleted. Any materials that I have in there, if I want to go back to that town and play in that town, everything is legit. I don't bring anything over from here. So not a single thing is placed in that town that wasn't legit. It's just how I feel about it. Don't forget that there are only 5 people working on the game. Yeah, there are only. I really don't understand the stigma with using dev commands as long as he doesn't pass off creative builds as survival builds. No, I don't. Go on my Reddit and you'll see that anytime I post something that is debug build, I label it debug build. But they will have more NPC in the future, I'm sure. There's already a vendor. Yeah. Yeah, they've got Haldor, whatever his name is. I have a question. Did you play in Polish game, The Witcher 3? I haven't played The Witcher 3. I tried to get through, like, I wanted to play The Witcher 3, so I started 1 and 2, and then I lost interest in the game. But no, I have not played Witcher 3 yet. Could thatch the rest of the roof and have a snow collect on it, adding to the look. That is a cool idea, yeah. Okay, so the reason I'm building this out is because we have spires that we have to build through here. So I want to make the roof a little bit more defined. Um, so no parkour in Fable Castle. Damn, nope, no parkour. um, I could. Did you read what they want to release in the future? This game is going to become huge. Yes, I've seen the roadmap. I think it's pretty cool. That's why I say like I'm gonna continue this game. I feel like this game has potential to be up there with Minecraft. What are these friends you speak of? Oh, I'm assuming you mean you don't have any friends that would help you with that. Yeah, games like this are a niche market for people. You know, like none of my friends really play like maybe they play Rust and stuff like that, but they're more into the first person shooter stuff. And I am too. Don't get me wrong. I love first person shooters. CS:GO for a long time I was really hard into, but when it comes to building, it's my thing. It is my thing. I play alone too. Mickey, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Like I said earlier, all my friends have basically moved on to other games. They killed the fifth boss, and to them, that was the end of the game. That's okay. Bro, when we building too much, it's become too much lag. Why? That is because of this number. I can't even show you. Right hand side under UID, it says instances. So each time you do something in there, including like something as simple as this, if I went and I just as simple as went like that with the hoe, that's an instance. So every time you modify anything within the seed, it becomes an instance. Once you get past a certain threshold, you're depending on how good the hardware is on your PC. Your computer has to like your CPU has to render each one of these instances every time you leave render, right? So there's that's my theory behind it. Um, Hello, CS:GO 3500s only got to DMG. Highest rank I ever obtained in CS:GO was Gold Nova 2. Um, each part that you build, use resources to remember. That's simple. I actually like building in this game better than Minecraft. I just really wanted a good game with building that wasn't 8-bit looking. Yeah, I agree. Like I was saying this earlier. Was it earlier today or was it on another stream where yeah, it was a last stream I did. Like I was using these windows down here as an example in Minecraft. You wanted to build a layered window like this, it would be 5 blocks thick. With this one, because you can mesh things into each other, you can take this one is actually less than 2 meters thick. I think it was last night I slapped a 2 meter block in here and it ended up being less than 2 meters thick. Like you can see, oh, let me slap it in there. Anyways, let me put it in there. So if it lines up with the back beam there, you can see that it's less than 2 meters thick. Minecraft, it would be 5 blocks thick because you can't mesh stuff into each other. So that's game changer. If you build large structures too close together after terraforming instead of smaller structures spread apart, it will lag. Yes, and that is because of rendering, right? But keep in mind that every time you leave, like if I go too far from here, so you just saw in that tower through the windows, the back wall of that tower just came out of render. Every time I come back in, the CPU has to recalculate based off of the original seed. You can see it's not even there, right? So now we have to wait for this all to render in. See how it's slowly rendering in? That takes resources from your computer. Like, look how long that's just taking, and that is 1/10 of the size of this build that the computer has to re-render, and I'm pretty sure something broke here. Another little thing that I found out was when that happens, when your computer has to re-render something in, like let's say there's a workbench that hasn't rendered in yet, if it takes too long for that workbench to render in, enemies can spawn within your base. Unless I'm mistaken by that, that's been my experience. Where do you get inspiration of building such amazing buildings? Well, Fable 2 is one of my favorite games. Like, let's talk about this castle in particular. Fable 2 is one of my childhood favorite games. My brother and I used to play it. So after I built the town, I thought to myself, I built that entire town out of wood, right? Because I just really couldn't be bothered going to. It was the dock. The dock, getting the stone, doing all that killed me, right? So I built everything out of wood. After I was done that dock, I wanted to build a castle. So I thought to myself, what's the coolest castle that I know? And the first thing that popped in my head was Fairfax Castle from Fable 2. So I Googled it, I looked at a bunch of pictures, and I built that. In terms of the builds that I do in the city, that's all up here. It just comes. And it's literally free building. There's almost no plan. It's like I know what I want to build. I want to build a roundhouse. So it obviously has to be round. And I know I wanted to, with the roundhouse, I wanted to build a roundhouse, but I also wanted to build something. I had an idea of a building that didn't use thatch roofs because I think they're ugly as sin. So my idea was to build a building that had no thatch roofs. So I built my roundhouse with the idea of it being sheltered and no thatch roofs. So I had to get intricate with the ceiling, and that's how that came about. The barn build was simple build. I wanted to give my brother a project, so I thought we need a barn for our animals. So I said to my brother one night, "Your job is going to be let's to build a barn," and we ended up doing it together. But the longhouse was obviously everybody needs a longhouse. I had the mead hall. The mead hall was going to kind of just be like it was just more of like tinkering. But yeah, the church was like okay, the idea of the church was that the town was built around the idea was that the church was there long before the town. The Vikings came from the ocean, found the little church and raided it, took it over. um Historically we know that Vikings went in and slaughtered Christian cities and or Christian hamlets. So I mean that was the idea was they came in, they slaughtered this Christian hamlet as horrible as that sounds. Historically it's accurate. And they captured this church, they put an execution pyre in it, and then from there they built the town of Egerheim. That's kind of the idea behind the town. But I don't really take inspiration. I just think of things and I just build. I don't know. That's the only way I can explain it. Um, lost my. Okay, so need to bring this here. Okay. If you work with the terrain, it will lag less. Yeah, It's true. If you don't do much terraforming, it will be a lot less taxing on your rig. But I am now down to single digit frames. I'm down to 8 frames right now. And we haven't even finished the roof. So that roof was very expensive on resources. Not resources as in terms of game resources. I'm talking about hardware PC resources. I'm back to 28 frames. Also, keep in mind I'm doing a single PC stream right now. So I think what I'm going to have to do if I continue doing these streams, I'm going to have to use my other PC. I have another gaming PC set up like right here. But I need a capture card for that, so I'll have to figure that out. Rendering speed build. Yes. Yes. If only, right? If only it would just do it for me. Thank you, bro. You're welcome. Rakesh, you're welcome. Stagger your brick looks more real and holds better. Yes, I agree. It's true. This is a rough. I'm just getting placement right now. There's actually windows in here, so this actually has to become um, pillars. Sorry, my phone's going off. What I do is I build rough shapes, and then I go back, like everything down here. This is all going to be windows, all down here. So like, none of this really matters right now. Same with these pyres. There's going to be um, windows sort of in there. I just realized I have to add this back here. This has to go here. Now, let me check something here. Is this more of a round? It's more of a round spire here and here. Okay, so knowing that, we're going to end up having to do something like this. We may not be able to do a window in this. Ew. Okay. Let's see. we can get this to stick. Let's build some rebar in here. A temporary chunk of rebar and see how fast we can do this. We don't want this ugly chunk here. It's funny, like if you watch me build for any extended period of time, you realize I do so much stuff, and then I end up just smashing it back and just doing something totally different. But now that's how I build. That's how I get really interesting things. Is I'm always experimenting. Rendering staggered bricks. I don't know what to say when I see your builds. You don't have to say anything. Just I don't know. You're not required to give me any recognition. It's nice when people do, but you don't have to. I mean, the only thing I would say I wouldn't suggest doing is maybe trying to trying to cause some drama. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I'm not saying you would. I actually remember you, and you've been one of the great participants. But yeah, you don't have to say anything. I would prefer somebody say nothing than be a dickhead. You know? At the end of the day, if you're one of the people that troll me, I immediately just think that you're a brainless idiot. You know, like your opinion doesn't matter to me, literally. Like I actually don't care what you think. And it's like if you're going to waste your breath and energy to be a troll, then all the power to you. You're really not affecting me. Doesn't matter to me, man. I just see it as jealousy and then I laugh at you. That's basically what it is. Because you know there's two ways to be jealous about something. You can be humble and jealous, or you can be a dick and be jealous. I prefer the humble jealousy. I'm more inclined to speak to you at a level of being a human and trying to help you if you're a humble jealous than if you're a dickhead jealous. You know, like, oh, I wish I could build as good as you. Okay, well you can. What are you having issues with? Oh, well, I can't do this. Oh, well, here's a trick. As opposed to being a dickhead, you're not going to get much out of me. I love to help people. God's honest truth. I'd like to see everybody build craziness. The more people building craziness, the better things that come out. The more inspiration, tips and tricks, the better Valheim community in general gets. Am I mumbling too much for you? Because you can just tell me to shut up. It's how I do my beach cruiser chopper builds. I do the same. Thinking on the fly is the best way, can come up with some sweet stuff. I wish I could have more of an open floor plan without the large window areas, always saying you're exposed or not sheltered. I'll get to that in a minute, Jen. Oh, yeah, that's it. I'm caught up. Okay, so just quickly on Jen's comment. Let me just switch here so I can actually show you guys my. There we are. Are we on intermission screen? We are on an intermission screen. Just want to make sure that just want to take a quick break for my hands here. So to you, Jen, open floor plan without the large window areas. So sheltered is immediately above you, right? Let's see here. Now we're in the tallest area of the build here, right? See how, like, if you look at top right corner, sheltered. It is immediately above your head. Doesn't matter how high up. I mean, right? Oh, it does, I guess. But as long as you got a roof overhead, you should be sheltered. Now, if we go in here, he's got big windows, right? So I'm sheltered standing right in front of this big window, but I'm not sheltered here because there's a hole in the roof. So you just got to think about the roof over your head. And that's up there. Like, that's way up there. So that's how sheltered works. And it doesn't have to be a roof panel. It can in fact be beams. Just like my roundhouse, this roof will give you shelter. It's how I build the beach cruiser choppers to Demonic Drake. That's cool. Real life metal fabrication, kind of rolling with the punches, so to say, can get expensive if you make a mistake and you gotta get more material. It's not like you have an edit undo in real life, so that's pretty cool that you kind of wing it. You have to have a lot of confidence in yourself to do something like that. If you're wondering how I'm building this round, I'm rotating it twice every time. Where'd that go? Over here. Freaking frames per second tanking. Wrong way. 1, 2. One, two. Maybe just one. I want to try to squeak that in there. There we go. This on this side. That's touching. That's good. So, I guess I can switch back to my gameplay screen. Oh, you didn't offend me, Slovenian. Definitely not. I just, like, I know what you meant by it. Like, you're speechless, right? You didn't offend me at all. I'm very hard to offend. But I think I understood you, as in you're speechless when you see my build. Or you don't know what comments to make, but I mean, yeah. I'm open for any criticism and any, like, honestly, this roof was literally a constructive criticism by Mayhawk at the very beginning of the stream. We were trying to build a thatch roof that just didn't work, didn't look, and this guy swooped in, Mayhawk, get it, Hawk? Swooped in, said, hey, why don't you try a graduated wood beam? And I was hesitant. I gave it a little whirl, and then bang. That was it. I wasn't going back. And he's going to say, stop blaming me for that. I think it's funny. It's a lot of work, but it's fine. It was definitely worth every minute. Okay. I wish I had gargoyles. Stone gargoyles. If only every YouTuber slash streamer had the same mindset. You know what I find? Honestly, you guys will find if you watch me for any length of time, you'll find that I'm a no bullshit realist. Clout, if that's what the word you want to use, or clout or fame gets to people's head, right? So it doesn't matter if you have a million, if you have 5 million subscribers. How many does Doc Disrespect have? 3, 4 million subscribers, or you have 50 subscribers. You're still human, and you're still dealing with humans on the other side of your stream. And some people can be trash humans, and some people can be great humans. But at the end of the day, you are a public figure, and um, being humble will go a long way. People, you're more likely to get you're more likely to have more friends when you're humble than if you're not. You know what I mean? Like Doctor Disrespect, that's a character. You know, I'm sure he's not like that in real life. I mean, I hope he's not like that in real life, but it's a character. He can be brass, he can be abrasive, but I don't feel like he would be like that in real life. I feel like his wife would just beat him. He has to be somewhat of a wholesome human if he's still married. That's the way I look at it. I mean, I know there was some BS there and in their marriage, but he has to be somewhat of a wholesome human, down to earth. I was standing under a roofing piece and it still said I was exposed. Uh, that's weird. You shouldn't. There's got to be something going on there more than you're seeing, because for as for as long as I've known the mechanics is if there's something over your head, then you should have the sheltered buff. Like if I let's look here. So you see these gaps here. The other night it made a liar out of me. I thought these weren't big enough for weather to get through, but when you go down in here, you can see it on the floor. See the little patches of snow? So I'm curious to see if I still, yeah, you see, I don't get the shelter stand right on the snow. Oh, maybe not. That's weird. But I didn't get a sheltered buff here. Where did I lose my sheltered buff? Let's stop crawling around like a ninja. Somewhere around here I lost my sheltered buff. And I wonder why that is. Right here. So there's a gap there. See that? I wonder if that kind of gap in the roof is the issue. Right there. It's got to be that roof. Got to be this right here. It's not lining up. Could be something as simple as that. I don't watch any big streamers because the chat has always started trying to start drama, and the streamer lost hours responding to the hate. There's no point in responding to the hate. I don't understand why. I don't know what's, in my opinion, I don't know what is worse. You trying to redeem yourself in the form in the eyes of somebody who clearly doesn't care because they have the mentality that they're going to get on your stream and belittle you. So I mean, you're wasting your energy in that aspect. At the same time, you're giving that person their 5 minutes of fame, which is why they made that comment in the first place. So you're giving them the steam that they're looking for. So you're losing in both situations. No sense in engaging with it. You know? If If somebody's gonna be super toxic, ban them immediately. Don't engage with them. Just ban them. And I mean, this is like I'm not even a streamer. I don't even consider myself a streamer. Like I just started doing this. This is just my experience, right? I'm not gonna engage with you if you're gonna be. I'm actually gonna read your comment and then I'm gonna ignore you. I'm gonna read your comment out loud and then I'm gonna blatantly ignore it and move on to somebody else because it's like, okay, if you're gonna be an idiot, I'm not even gonna give you the time of day. I gave you your recognition by reading your comment, and it's just going to trigger you even more when I don't reply to it. That would be mine. But I haven't had anybody come in here and do that yet. But that's exactly what I'm going to do when it happens. Read your comment, laugh at you, and then just keep going. And the only reason I'm going to laugh at that person is because I know what their intention is. It's pathetic to me. Ain't nobody got time for that. From that one teaser pic, we might be getting a wooden raven beam decoration or something. Maybe. I'm telling you guys, I have a hilarious. It's gonna be funny. My secret build that I've mentioned 3 times on stream has nothing to do. It's not a building. It's not. It's very much nothing to do with Valheim. It's hilarious. Very creative. I'll have to wait and see. I plan on doing that this week when I have some downtime up north when I'm working, and I just chip away at it. But I really want to get some more content up on my channel. I feel like everybody that's interested has already watched everything and they're waiting for new stuff, and I cannot for the life of me get this to snap in. So this is going bye-bye. Still can't get it to snap in. What is going on? I don't understand. Help me. I never finished this. Does anybody here play Space Engineers? That's another game that I love building in. Can you ever show us how to build an amazing port for ships? Yeah, I probably could. It's tough for me right now because, like, being away from, like, my full setup limits me for what I can do. Like, I did my showcase video for this thing. I did my showcase video, like, with bare bones. Like, I have my keyboard, my mouse, and my computer, and I'm using it. Up north, I'm using a TV. I'm not even using a monitor, and the colors are horrible. Absolutely horrible. So it's like, it's tough for me to make content. I'm gonna have to bring my microphone with me this week because I need to record audio. It's gonna be kind of weird for my buddy sitting there because he plays Diablo 3. He's on his little laptop, and I got this 40-something inch TV on his kitchen table. And when we're done work, we just kind of game, right? So then there's going to be me going, "What's up, guys? It's Ghost here with another build tutorial video." And blah, 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 blah. And he's just going to look at me like I have 5 heads. I guarantee you. Or he's going to try to... he'll try to mess up my audio. Just for shits and giggles. We'll have to see. We'll see how it goes. I'm trying to come up with like a fun and quirky like intro thing for people watching, but also not be your typical YouTuber, you know, like smash that like button, comment, subscribe, blah blah. Like I'm trying to come up with my own feel to it, and it's like every video is a little bit different, and I'm trying to come up with like maybe a catchphrase or something. Like the this is another build by Ghost is kind of a catchphrase that I want to kind of incorporate in every video. So I don't know. It's going to be an evolution. Where am I from? I am from Canada. I live in Ontario, Canada. We are currently in a stay-at-home order lockdown, which means you are not allowed to leave your house except for essential travel, work, and doing your vaccinations. So yeah, where I'm working in Ontario is way up north, 2 hours from where I live. But I live in Canada. Probably have a gap somewhere then. I built circular huts up on the obelisk. It's kind of tricky sometimes. Yeah, I guarantee you, Jen, that's what it is. You've got a gap. Just, do what I did, like kind of just look up and see where your gaps are. I bet is a whole longhouse made entirely of troll heads. No, I will tell you, I have a lot of freaking troll leather though. I have 2 chests full of 20 stacks of troll hide. I actually started giving it away to my buddies. Um, I play Space Engineers. The next update will be hopefully better warfare. I haven't played since they did the update with the new Ion drive skins. I've yet to try those out with the neon light things, but I built some crazy stuff, crazy stuff in Space Engineers. I built a ship. A buddy of mine plays too, and he had a little crew that thought they could beat me. So I built a ship that was so big that I had to build it in 2 pieces in 2 different worlds because my computer couldn't handle it. And then I have to copy them and paste them into one world, and it just 1 frame per second. It's brutal. Try to build a medium-sized house like main house. Small. I have a couple of little medium houses. Here, let's take a break from this for a minute. I'll take you to my little plains base. Yeah, I guess I gotta do this. I have a few different little buildings. Kerbal Space Program is on my wish list for Steam. It has been for years, but I can't justify $45 Canadian for it. Yeah, Space Engineers is one of my primo ultimate top favorite games of all time. I think I have over 1,000 hours in Space Engineers. With Kerbal, it's more aircraft station builder game. Yeah, and it I watched a few videos on it. Somebody tried to send a probe up into space using nothing but ion drives or something like that. But yeah, there was a video I watched on it that kind of made me interested in it because it's an engineering game, right? Building engineering, that's like my cup of tea. So, little house, little house. I'll take you to my plains base in a moment, but so like little things like this, I build little ones like this. This is the little house that I build on everybody's dedicated server. Is this little tiny hut thing here. So I built one of these on my buddy's dedicated server. Um, Not everything I build is massive. My plains base is very minimal. There it is, right here. Yeah, I don't know why Kerbal Space um, Program is so expensive. I really don't. So I'm getting 82 frames here now. I have no barley. I haven't planted it. But this is my humble plains base. My one locks, the other one escaped. So I don't build everything massive. Uh, that was my cart. This one is kind of like a utilitarian build. It has, this is my brother and I's chest that they're empty. I have a workbench, a forge, a stone cutter. Everything can be hidden behind doors. You know, there's more than enough storage. There's enough room for 2 beds. You got a hearth for cooking with even a little chimney off the side. You got a full basement. Like, you can pack a lot of stuff in a small area. I just like to build big. That's my little gable chimney. But there's nothing spectacular about this. It's very basic, you know. Got my smithy and my blast furnace, my very basic dock, you know, like look, I didn't even spend time to make this fancy. It's a half falling apart. I mean, so I don't build everything crazy. It's just my city is like, wow, I never noticed that monolith there before. Cool. Um you can tell I don't spend a lot of time out here. Um but yeah, I've been contemplating doing this build as a how-to for like beginner homes, but there's so many videos out there for like beginner homes and this and that. Like I feel like Valheim just so much content got splashed out there that it's tough to find that small little area where you can be unique. That's why I like to do statues. You know, like my dwarf statue or my lion head statue or the raven statue. I'm going to do a wolf statue, a dragon statue. I like to do unique things. So, look at Minecraft as digital Lego set. Yeah, that's about it. But even Lego is getting crazy. I was showing on my stream last night. A client of mine gave me a Lego set from her basement. The Lego Technic. I've been playing with that since I was a kid. Where am I going? Oh yeah, going back to my castle. Yeah, 8 frames. I never get this low of frames in here. Like it's usually without a stream, this is usually about 30 frames. 20 to 30, 18 on the low end. But while streaming, 6 frames. Brutal. Definitely need to do that 2 PC setup. I hope we eventually get other building materials like the fulling village parts. Yeah, I was gonna do that. Take over a fulling village, and like there's a couple of them that I've taken out, and I wanted to kind of build within them. Oh. I built the SR-71 Blackbird on Minecraft and only see half of it on the screen after loading. Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. It's very cool playing in real life. Joel, you have a good day or night. I'm not too sure where it is, time zone wise. I know you're out in Europe somewhere. Have you thought of making any statues out of stone? Um, no, not really. I haven't actually thought about it, but I'm sure I could do it. Maybe I'll maybe I'll do one of my next statues out of stone. Find stone is like even with these little blocks, you have to build such massive things in order to get detail. Like this skull is, I guess, as close to a statue as you're gonna get, right? I mean, this took me an entire night to build just the skull, not the horns. The horns took another night in themselves, but this is the scale of things you have to build when you want detail out of stone. Wood is a little bit more forgiving because it's smaller, right? So, wish I had some wood in my inventory. I'd light this thing up. There's a fire in the mouth and 2 fires in the eyes. And for anybody that is just tuning in, this is on my, you can download the file for this on my YouTube channel. It's called the Skull Outpost. So I uploaded this the other day. That is a creative build. I didn't do this legit. This is, everything in this area is all creative, all debug. Miss White, yes. I'm hoping that, so I know that they have the idea of running a what is it called, an oil or a what's the word they're using, R. So I assume they're going to be able to do treated wood in that aspect. I'm about to take over a Fulling village to build on, but I want to do it in a way to keep the parts already there. Um, as long as you don't aggro them. What I do is I just literally snipe them with a bow and sneak, but um, for the most part, it doesn't get damaged too much that way. Being a Navy brat, I was only natural to build such an aircraft. Yeah, that truly is a marvel of engineering. That airplane. My grandfather was a rear gunner in a Lancaster for World War II. One of the very few that actually came back. Actually, I think in the Royal Canadian Air Force, there was a 75% mortality rate for rear gunners in Lancasters. And he was one of the very fortunate few that came back, survived the entire war, did all his tours. I think he actually did 52, 52 sorties, I think they called them. And I think you're only required to do 50 before you can leave the Air Force. He did an extra 2. Um, this skull looks like from the He-Man universe. Everybody says that. Skeletor, yeah. And you know what? I think subconsciously, because as an 80s baby, I think subconsciously that's my mind built this based off of what I saw as a kid. Because I didn't use any. The only reference picture I used for this skull was a picture of a real human skull, right? Because I needed to know how the bridge of the nose and everything worked out, the eyebrows, and like how the curvature of the skull works. Like even this cheekbone area, there is a slight curvature to it. I needed to know all that stuff to be able to get it, but I didn't look at any He-Man pictures, and it was funny because as soon as I built this right here, it was like, oh, He-Man, and then like I didn't think that, but I just built it and then I did the horns and then somebody mentioned looks like it's from He-Man and I thought, damn, it does. It actually does. So I think subconsciously my brain just put that together from the cartoons when I was a kid. Something. Oh yeah, I can't get the backside for that. I'll figure that out in a minute. Uh, Castle Grayskull. Yeah, I started to build this skull. I will upload a picture on Discord when it's finished. You're gonna, Miss White, you're building this skull in like creative debug or like you're hand building it? That's cool. Oh, thank you so much, bro. Gonna see you tomorrow, bro. Take it easy. Have a good night, Rakesh. um, we also need the ability to create a slope because right now it's very hard to do it. With land, it's not too hard, but yeah, it's just there is a there is a video on YouTube of how to do it. Can't remember the creator's name. The dragon drawbridge I built in Minecraft where the tongue and lower jaw jetted out across the moat. You should post some of those. You should, if you've got screenshots of that, you can post them up in my Discord if you join my Discord. The link is in the bottom right corner of my banner on my channel. Let me just quickly shoot back over to my reference picture. So we have, okay, I know what we're gonna do. instead of building it with these, we're going to build it with these. Okay, so let's start here. Oh, this is about as round as an egg. Just don't tell anybody, guys. This is a secret, okay? Just between us. But this isn't actually round. Eesh. Okay, well, that's going to be there in our mind. We can just pretend that's there. Anyone see the 1980s live action He-Man movie? I did, yes. I don't remember much of it, but I do remember watching it. Um, how did you build that little tower with round dome roof on the side of the castle? These ones I am assuming you're talking about. And it's quite easy to do. You just need a central pillar, say like a corewood post. And then what you do is you snap beams off the end of it. It's blocked, okay? You're blocked. And you just snap all the way around. And I find, can I get a closer view? Here we go. So I find to snap these a little easier, what you need to do is actually look at the post and just go a little bit past. See that little nub sticking out? As you add more to them, it gets a little bit more difficult. The more you add, it's really difficult when I'm getting only 12 frames per second. But yeah, you got to just kind of finagle your way in there. Finagle. There's another word for you. And oh, we just had it there. So when it starts to get difficult, especially when you get around to the 3/4 mark, what you can do is actually snap, like let's do it this one here. You can snap the beam up top, and then if you just look at the end of it, where are you? You had there for a second. There. Oh, it takes some time. You have to have patience. There we go. And then you can remove this. So that's how I built it. Just went all the way around like that. And then you just add to the end, right? Like I wanted to do a pitch change, so go to 26 degree and just add to the end, right? Okay. And then to fill that in, I just hold shift and then I infill like this. Either, sorry. One on either side. Don't build everything on one side. Flip, alternate between sides, right? And then you kind of want to, if you can, hide this just below the surface because you don't really want, depends on how anal you are about it, but you can kind of try to hide that. But yeah, that's in a nutshell how I built these. So these central core posts are super important to this build. Let's do another course. Let's pick, where was our starter? Our starter was here. No, it was right here. Send it back some. Um, Debug mode, I'm not crazy enough to do it in vanilla. Damn, I was hoping you would say you were doing it in vanilla. That would have been sweet. But yeah, you're right. That skull is a bit difficult to do in vanilla. I think anything really. I mean, stone, to be honest with you, grabbing stone, once you get to the plains and you can survive the death mosquitoes, grabbing stone is super easy. It takes, if you use the same method I was talking about earlier with grabbing using your best food, getting your highest rested bonus, and then going to the plains, you can literally pop out. As long as you've got, with all these variables, you have to have the best food, the highest rested bonus, and your teleporter has to be right beside the monolith. You can get 350 stone in 4 minutes. The longest part of farming stone in the plains is moving your um, teleporter to the next monolith because it takes 4 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes, 5 minutes on a bad day if you get hit up by some furlings. But yeah, that's not gonna work. So yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Getting stone is not that hard. Not that hard for end game gear, I should say. If you're low level, just starting out, don't even attempt it. Your best course of action for low level stone collecting is mining the smaller stone deposits around your base in, say, the meadows or the black forest. You could do the large stone ones. Oh my goodness, what am I building here? What kind of... Ugh. But yeah, the next thing is once you get into the mountains, you can mine these ones out. Like, look how many stones there is. Mountains are just made of stone. So, but past that, the monolith's key to making stone. What is the use of boss 4 power? Modder. The one that I have right now, that boss 4. Hold on, you got... Yeah, modder, it gives you a tailwind, which means the wind is always at your back, which helps you when you're sailing. Blackbird is in my Facebook photos and lost the seed with the drag and drop edge when I got an electrical outage a few years back while playing Minecraft. As I don't use Facebook. I have a Facebook, but I only recently reactivated it. I don't really like the platform. It's too political for me. Other side, other side. Oh, this thing, Johnny Speedy. Just reply yes if you're talking about this here. Links are to the Blackbird. Do one center post and build up around it. But don't blame me for that idea too. Okay, I'll do it. It worked the last time. Okay. Let's try. Let's try on this one because no, let's try this one. I need something with a solid center. Start from the top and work down. Gonna be the best bet, I would assume. Oh, but I can't get my nice rotation out of it. What happens if I do this? Yeah, okay, so with that dome, it's essentially a dome. And I'm going to be doing that's my next how-to video because it's super simple, easy peasy. I'm going to do it tomorrow. But I'll give you a real quick rundown on how to build a dome right now. So you can build something like that. But it's basically just a dome with a frame around it. Oh, it's saving. I don't know if this is going to work how I want it. No. I'll come back to that in a second. So a dome is very simple. You just build a circle. You can do an octagon or well, I don't know what a 16-sided circle is, but just do one rotation per. do you call these things? Beams. I'm gonna do half, so I don't want to waste time right now, because like I said, I'm doing a video on this one. So there's two ways you can do it. You can either start with 45s all the way around, or you can, there's actually a few ways to do a dome, but this is the basic. So you can do 45s all the way up. You can do 45s and then a 26. A 26, you can start with a 26 and do a 45. That will give you more of a steeped kind of looking dome. But the idea is you just go all the way around. Then you add to the top. Quick hint to make sure everything lines up is making sure that this seam lines up with the one below it. Now sometimes, depending on the dome size or the angles that you're using, it looks a little bit ratty on the outside. But for the most part, it works out pretty good. My favorite dome is a 45 at the bottom with a 26 on top. That I find is a nicer flat dome. Oop, that didn't snap properly. Anyhow, you get all the way around in a circle, then you have like a hole in the middle. You can block it with a floor panel, even like a little one if you have a little one, a little hole. But yeah, that's how I built a dome. The spire on top was all hand placed. Right? There's all hand placed blocks. Built it up. And then to build the spine, what I did was after I've completed the dome, I go around the edge, and I do this with all of my roofs. I don't like the look of just bare bones at the bottom. Like I don't like this. I don't like so I don't like the edge of the roof like this. So I'll always place this, and I'll always make an eaves to it. So for that dome up there, what I did was I actually reversed the eaves, and I went up, and then I added beams off the end of it, and I followed the rotation of the roof up and around, right? So you can see right there, I built up. It's really rough, but that's because this isn't actually a perfect circle. So I kind of hide all the roughness on one side. Yeah, that goes up and around. So that's basically how I built that. It's with a dome. I might have to take a 5-minute break, guys. The dog sounds like he wants to go out for a pee. I'm going to come back to that. I want to see something. Oh, man. That I don't like. This here might be able to do this. Okay, can I get this in the center? Yes. And then yeah, that's kind of what I'm sorry, Warhawk. I'm Warhawk. I did it again, Mayhawk. That's kind of what I'm going to figure out here. And I'm going to try with this angle coming up to a vertical, and then I'm going to try to build up here and make it look more like square, kind of like it is here. So if you see here, it kind of has an angle, a little bit less of an angle. So I'm going to have to go vertical with that, and then up from there on pretty steep triangles. So try a few different ideas here. Thanks. You should make tutorials on things like that. Most people are done with the game and only do builds right now just for fun. Yeah, that is coming up. That's gonna be tomorrow. Quick dome tutorial. I'll upload that, and then I have a couple other things that I'm going to. Oh, big stretch. A couple other things that I'm going to be doing as well. But yeah, I've got a lot of little how-to videos, but because of my work situation right now, being away from home for weeks at a time, it's difficult for me to get content up. Basically, I can only make content on the weekends. So I still got at least another week away. That's this here. It's taller than the rest, but let's see. Um, oh, this friggin' single digits killing me. I can't get that one to snap, so what I'll do is I'll change the angle here. Yeah, I was just gonna say I have to go take the dog out. He needs to take a pee pee. So I'm gonna hit the intermission screen and actually I'm gonna hit the be back soon screen. Nah, I'll let you guys stare at my Corsairs. I'll be back. I gotta give me about 5 minutes. I gotta let the dog out. And I'm back. Ah, yeah, where's everybody from? I'm sorry to hear about your dog, Mayhawk. My dog is 4 years old. He's a Doberman. He's a lot of work. He's a Velcro dog. He loves his attention. You'll see him from time to time. He goes up on my bed there and he hangs out back there. But back door's open. He can come and go as he pleases right now. His name is Titan. No, no, that's fine. No, it's fine. It's just sometimes he has his own like he's like a kid, like he can be um what's the word? He can be a dickhead sometimes. Like you'll think he wants to do something and he's just trying to play. He's messing with you, like he'll scratch on the door to come in. You open the door, he stands there, he stares at you. And he's like, "Are you coming in?" And he just looks at you and then he runs off. And then you close the door and he comes back and he scratches on the door and he looks at you. And it's like, you know what I mean? He messes with you. He's very smart. So I can't always tell whether he's just screaming for attention or he needs to use the bathroom. This looks like crap. These little... How did I do these ones down here? Okay, that's not gonna... Maybe we just do that. I mean, it's a totally different spire on here than it is down there. Good old Oregon. Oregon, USA. That's on the other side of the continent for me. That's West Coast. West Coast, USA. Um, Come on. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to move away from the idea of doing the actual spire and use this kind of idea here. It's not going to be exactly the same as what's on the reference photo, but I kind of like this idea. I like the idea of having this angle flat and then this have an overhang. And maybe if I get trick, yeah, let's roll with that. Let's roll with that until I'm not happy with it. We'll go from there. So let's do this. And you know what? Maybe instead of this, because it's easier, I find, to snap a series of beams to a core wood round post than it is to snap other stuff. So we'll replace that. We'll go all the way around here. How's the audio, guys? I'm still messing around with mic audio. My noise gate. I just want to make sure that my noise gate is set properly so that even when I'm talking low, you can hear me. And when I look away like this, if you can still hear me, because my noise gate was causing some issues last night where it was cutting audio out. Krakow in Poland. I've actually never heard of Krakow. I'm sure I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, but I've never heard of that in Poland. We had an English Springer Spaniel. I trained her as a gun dog whilst I was in the army. She was a bit of a fatty. My dog is. I have a very large Doberman. Like a Doberman's supposed to be 80 pounds. My guy's like 105, but that's because he's overweight. He likes his food, and I don't mind giving it to him. but he's a big boy. He's a big boy. We had a guy come to the house to look at um, some warranty for our windows, and the first thing he does is he looks at the dog and he goes, "Wow, that is a big boy. Somebody eats a lot of food." And I was like, "Yeah, he's fat, big fat Doberman. He's got the body of a Rottweiler, but he's a Doberman, purebred, and a big suck until you knock on the door, and then he wants to tear your head off." Not much good about Oregon. I mean, if you live there, just like me where I live, Ontario, Canada, not much going on there, except, 4,000 plus cases of coronavirus a day. We're in lockdown. If you live somewhere, it's like, okay, let's use Florida for example, right? So I think if I'm not mistaken, um oh man, here we go. Demonic Drake. That's it. Demonic, sorry, I had alt tab there. Demonic Drake, I believe, is from Florida. So for me, Florida's like, we used to go to vacation in Florida. Like for Canadians, Florida, we have. I think you guys call us snow Mexicans. I don't know. We call them snowbirds, but they go down for 6 months of the year. But people who live in Florida will probably say, "Why would you ever want to come to Florida?" So I think it's just you have a bias towards where you live when you actually live there. I think Florida is amazing. For example, I went to Jamaica, and most people they go to Jamaica, they go to like Ocho Rios or like they go to um a resort. Not me. I went right to Kingston. Literally, I was in Kingston for a solid week, living in a friend's place. We went night clubbing, and like I'm everybody hears Kingston, Jamaica, and they think, "Oh, how did you live a night?" I even went to Spanish Town, and that was weird because as a white guy in the middle of Spanish Town, we stopped at a gas station to get gas, and I got out to stretch my legs, and everybody was staring at me. I was the only white guy around, and I felt so awkward, like, uh. So I mean, like, yeah, I like to go. Like when I went to Mexico, it was like strictly forbidden that you wouldn't leave the resort. What do you think I did? I went strolling down there. I like to see the real the real place where I'm visiting. So I think if you live in a place, you have the bias towards it not being great. You can't see the game. Oh, let me. I forgot. You can't see the game. Your face take all the screen. Sorry, I forgot that I was on my intermission screen. Ghost builds. Please write Krakow in Google and graphic, and you love this city. I'm gonna do it on my phone so I don't have to alt tab. Sven the Skull. Hello, Sven the Skull. Poland. Hmm. Oh, wow. Yeah, you guys have some nice buildings there. Sorry, I like architecture. Clearly, I like to build, but whoop, lag. It's saving. I hope this doesn't break. I just seen that that's all red down there. I don't have my headphones on either, so I can't even tell if the stuff on the other side is breaking. Well, we still have our vertical post, so that's a good sign. This is green, but I don't trust that. I think it's still waiting to do a recalculation of the stability. White Spire. Castle White Spire. Not familiar. It's from the show The Magicians. I haven't seen that either. That's probably why I'm not familiar with it. I don't watch much TV. I'm a hardcore gamer, guys. Bit too hardcore. Whoop, just had that. Well, come on. So this, if you were around earlier on when I was giving a little tutorial down below over there with this. So this is the part where if you can't get this to snap, easiest thing to do is stick that there and then oh, hold on. There you go. Bob's your uncle. Actually, I do have an Uncle Bob. And then there. Oh, it's finicky. Gotta be right on. There we go. There you go. Oh man, it's so big. Ah, we can make that work later. Do you have Twitch? I have Twitch. I do have Twitch. I don't use it. I don't really plan on using it. And the reason for that is I don't like. Ugh. The God's honest truth is I don't like Twitch. I don't like Twitch as a business. I don't like the way they operate. I don't like how they treat their partners. I don't like how they treat their streamers. I don't like a lot of their TOS. I especially don't like the 24-hour content has to stay on. Long story short, Twitch is owned by Amazon, and Amazon, in my opinion, uses way too many bully tactics in the industry, so I prefer not to use Twitch. That's the truth. And that may be too much information, but that's the truth. There's literally nothing on my Twitch. I use Twitch more for just watching streamers than actually posting to it. Floating crystal things above each hour. Absolutely, you could. What's this thing called? White Castle White Spire. Castle White Spire. Let me look it up. Castle White Spire. Okay, I see what you're talking about. So basically, it kind of like looks like the Taj Mahal in terms of like the central building, and then it has more of like asparagus looking towers with these diamonds that float above it. Super easy to do for a diamond, and we're gonna build one right here. We're gonna build it right here. Where can I? Let's do it right here. So the first thing you're gonna do, it depends. If you want to build this legit, might be difficult, might not be possible. But if you want to do it in debug, the first thing you'll do is that's my Discord link. You can join that if you want. So spawn. I forgot that I did that. Rock. Do the spawn rock. I've pinned the message at the top of the chat as Mayhawk suggested. Destructible underscore test. So you want to spawn in your rock, right? This is if you're doing it in creative. Build yourself a square around it. Come on. So you don't need the whole rock, and we can get rid of parts of it. I'll show you how to build these diamonds based off what I'm seeing in this picture here. I always build in debug. Good, good. Okay. So this is what my suggestion for doing it. Like, spawn this rock in. You don't need the whole thing. You only need one little piece of it. Okay. Build yourself a square. 45's top and bottom. Ooh, okay. Because they overlap, you're going to need to add an additional layer on top here. Let's try this. Okay. You're going to have to get tricked with this. But basically, depending on the angles that you're looking at, you can build it like this. And then you can infill them afterwards. I mean, this is a pretty rough build, but that would be a floating diamond above the... You not use dragon's eggs as floating crystals. Do they float? No, I guess you could plop one in here. What's the spawn code for a dragon egg? Let's check it out. Oh, I guess you know what you could do? This. Furniture. Doopy-doo. This thing. It's oh, I know where there's a dragon egg. There's one right down here. Let's go get a legit egg. Oh, now my whole castle is gonna have to spawn back in. Rip. Pick up this dragon egg. I feel like it might be a little too high because of the stone that we placed it on, but let's see. Where's that? Is it gone? What happened to it? Oh, item stand there. No. It's where they make memes out of that. Okay, so let's put that there. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Why are you guys watching me? Mayhawk, you need to make a stream and have people watch you. You're just full of great ideas. That's cool, man. Look at the purple glow on that. Let me get on the... Ah. Yeah, Twitch sucks for real. If only a few of the bigger streamers decided to make another platform like Twitch, but without all the BS, it would become bigger than Twitch. That's what Mixer was supposed to be. Mixer was supposed to be another platform. But yeah, that's what I would suggest. Because based off the picture that I'm seeing here, let's see if I can visit it. Castle Black Spire? Am I looking at the wrong one? White Spire. Okay, so I'm looking at Castle Black Spire. I don't know if that's a different. Okay, so Castle White Spire. Oh, it's the same thing. Hmm. I'm retired, remember? I'm far too old to know what to do with technology. I mean, you're on YouTube watching a stream. That's further along than I've really got. I don't even know how to do all the emoji stuff on Twitch. Come on. Oh, that sun is blasting my eyepieces. I'm gonna have to give you guys a 10-minute warning. 10-minute warning. 10-minute. The stream. I'm gonna end the stream in about 10 minutes or so. It's almost dinner time here. Come on. So if you guys got any questions or anything that you want to get looked after, or now's the time. Come on. This is snapping down here instead of up there. I have a head full, a sack of angry cats. Nice. Castle Blackspire is the upside down of Castle Whitespire. Oh, okay. Could also use a lot of blue mushrooms to make it all glowy blue. You're right, and it's funny that I haven't used blue mushrooms yet. I noticed them on the spawn list, but I haven't ever used one yet. I wonder if that's like gonna be in the Mistlands. Okay, what's causing this? I know what's causing it. I just was hoping I didn't have to do that to rectify it. And I still can't snap it in. Come on. There we go. Dragon ice projectiles look kind of like crystals. Is that that's a spawn command? I really should have like a list up, and I should go through it one day and just see what kind of cool things there are. Come on. This is one of the frustrating parts of building, is trying to get the snap to work. You know what? I'm going to leave that piece sticking there, and I'm going to come back to it because it's frustrating me. So I'm going to leave it as it is right now and move on. come back to it after. That's not. Is that centered? Give or take. Good enough. Yeah, I know there's a spawn item list. It's on Google. I just haven't. Um, I haven't read the whole thing. I kind of just browsed through it quickly. I can't even remember how I came across the spawn rock thing. I think because I remember I was spawning in all random rocks, and then I spawned this one in, and I noticed that it was floating on the ground. I think that's how I came across it. Was just randomly looking for rocks and other natural items. Like I'd like to do a garden down here. This will have some bushes and stuff, so I gotta go through the spawn command and find bushes and whatnot and place them in there. That's cool, just floating there. I mean, you can make it a lot nicer than that, but that's a basic little crystal looking thingy. Two-meter vertical beams first. Yeah, you can send me the link. I do know which one you're talking about though, Jen. 2-meter vertical beams first. For what? For these things? I'm kind of lost as to what you're referring to, Mayhawk. Where are we? Are we talking about the 2-meter vertical posts? Oh, yes, you're right, in here. Yes. I see what you mean. There we go. All right, guys, 5 minutes. Thank you for picking that out there, Mayhawk. Oh, hey, come on. Hey, work with me. Come on. It's a good thing I have low DPI on my mouse. That's the only way you're going to get this done if you have a high DPI setting. To dig. I wish I could make a little river. I would save me hours when I sailed to drink. I don't know if there's a command for that. I do know that this build share mod, I mean, if you're not into mods, it's not really going to be much use to you, but has a terrain. But I mean, I've never really used it. So I only really use build and save and destroy. Sometimes I use destroy, but there's just so much mods out for this game right now. It's crazy. It's almost like Arma 3. Just a mod heaven. But I don't like to build with mods because I like that, the vanilla aspect, everybody can enjoy it. Some people are just totally against the use of mods and will never download them. So if you build something with a mod, then how are they going to enjoy it, right? So Let's see if I can get this to snap from up there. Yeah, it's right there. Wonder if I can do this. Get it to snap there a little easier. There we go. I'll use that same technique over on the other side here. See, every day I learn new little things, new little techniques. There we go. Look at, see how easy that was? All that time I was frustrated and it took 2 seconds with the little technique I learned over there. Anyhow, guys, I think what I'm going to do is I'll finish this last off and this last spire off another time. I mean, the roof line needs to be fixed a bit. It kind of I might tweak this about a bit. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but that's Mayhawk's idea. He says don't blame me for that, but it was oh yeah, that's where that door kind of door thing that I was building. So I think I enjoyed you guys as usual coming into the stream. Thanks for the great ideas. Honestly, without you guys, I probably wouldn't be building this roof as nicely as I was. So the plan is I won't be streaming tomorrow. I will be creating content this weekend. Some light content videos for the channel this week. Assuming I can bring my mic and get some good quality sound out of it while I'm away. But as for a stream, I don't think I'll be streaming till maybe next weekend. So you'll have to wait till next weekend unless yeah, no, I really don't think I'll be able to stream till next weekend. So I guess that's it for this stream. Again, thank you for joining it. Thank you for the ideas and the great chat that we had. So um I don't really know what else to say. Thank you guys, and I guess that's it. You guys have a good rest of your weekend, and this was another